Good afternoon and welcome back to the hearing on dockets number 2023 8E and 2023 10E, Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas. Do a roll call of the commissioners, and all commissioners are present, as well as all parties. It appears that everyone is here and ready to proceed. I think the next witness will be from SCCBA or SACE.
Yes, say CCL at all. I think the companies may have a matter they'd like to address before we call our witness.
Okay. Be happy to hear from you, Mr. Welborn.
Thank you, Chair Powers, members of the commission. We filed a letter on September 13th, laying out our positions about the presentation of direct and rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony. We just as a reminder, the clerk's office in February of this year asked the parties, all the parties, to indicate whether they had any objection to taking direct and surrebuttal or direct and rebuttal together, or whether there was and indicate whether there's a desire to use panels. We understand that not all parties are prepared to present their direct case, and we'd like to continue to preserve our right to present our rebuttal testimony following the presentation of other parties' direct testimony. I don't feel in this moment that I necessarily need to go through the case law in that September 13th letter, but I did, for the record, want to preserve those positions and make known our position that we believe we have a right to present our rebuttal testimony following the presentation of other parties' direct testimony.
Well, Mr. Welborn, I was here at this office this weekend. I normally don't come to work on Sundays. And after all the hoopla, what I ruled yesterday was that all the parties could present their testimony any way they choose, and that commissioners could ask questions in any manner they choose. The testimony is all pre-filed, and I'm sure you've read it. If you haven't, one of the attorneys is ready to proceed. You have attorneys, 40-something years in the real world. Rebuttal was pretty much the attorneys doing it by cross-examination. That's what attorneys do. If there's a surprise that comes up, certainly you could ask the court to respond to that if you cannot do it through cross-examination. It's my understanding that the Office of Regulatory Staff will get to go last as far as their rebuttal. And it's my understanding you're not ready with your direct today, or?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It certainly, I did want to make one clarification there. It's not a matter of ready or not ready. It's a matter of ORS. And again, in order to try to facilitate this, because we have gotten to this point in the case so quickly, and I don't think anyone imagined it, ORS would be willing to split its direct and surrebuttal, which is something that they do not traditionally do. Have no problem doing that. But again, given the fact that say CCL witnesses, two of their witnesses, I believe, are not available until tomorrow morning, and then SCCBA may not be ready until Thursday, though it looks like they're trying to get available tomorrow afternoon. ORS just requests that it be able to go at the end of the all other parties direct, and I don't think that's I don't think that's an exception to any rule.
Okay. All right. I have to agree with you that, we get a list yesterday or last night of all these conflicts that people have. It makes it kind of tough to go forward. And this thing's been scheduled forever. And I just think the company needs to be ready to proceed when it's time with your rebuttal, with your panels. And, there's no reason this thing to drag out 3-4 weeks.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, the conflicts are really not the issue here. Our witnesses are available. The issue, in my opinion, is that we've put up our direct case. Now it's time for the other parties to put up their direct case. The commissioner's questions have been pretty light thus far, and that's your prerogative, certainly. But we look forward to putting our witnesses up after the presentation of other parties' direct testimony so that we can gauge the commission on whatever questions they've been reserving and thinking about over the course of this hearing.
Okay. So, Mr. Torrey, I think what we're talking about is we finished with, say, any other testimony. You would put up your direct and then withhold your rebuttal, or you want to withhold everything until after you've heard the rebuttal from Duke?
In order to facilitate this process, Mr. Chairman, ORS will put up its direct after SECIBA puts up its direct, which I believe would be the last party before ORS.
Okay.
And then ORS will put up its surrebuttal after the last non-Duke party puts up its surrebuttal.
You would be the last party.
And,
Yes, sir.
and as an accommodation, Mr. Chair, just so that we're not wasting each other's time, the Duke companies are willing to put up, we have some witnesses here today in the room that can present rebuttal testimony to the commission. But I would respectfully, we would have them do that subject to the objection that I've placed into the record.
Okay. Okay. Well, then, who's next?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is
Mr.
John
Burns.
Burns remotely. 2 points. We are doing everything we can. Both of my witnesses are from out of town and are making every effort they can, and they think they can be there by 4 o'clock tomorrow as a panel. I know that's going to complicate things if ORS can't start its direct until after our witnesses testify, but we're doing everything we can. And secondly, the video for the room is not currently on the WebEx. I can hear y'all, but I can't see anything.
Okay, well, we can fix that.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, last point, just following up on Mr. Burns. Again, in order to facilitate and move along this process, if ORS would be willing to put up its direct case before SECIBA, especially if they can't testify until Thursday, we'd prefer to go after SECIBA, but we're certainly amenable.
Okay.
That's very much appreciated from CCBA's perspective. Thank you.
All right. Well, Ms. Mixon, help me out here. Let's get somebody somewhere doing something.
Thank you, Chair Powers. CCL says Vote Solar, Upstate Forever, and Sierra Club called Jake Duncan to the stand.
Come forward and be sworn.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Mr. Duncan, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Jake Duncan.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Vote Solar as a Southeast Regulatory Director.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 1st, 2024, direct testimony consisting of 60 pages?
I did.
And if the questions put to you in your direct testimony were asked of you at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Did you also attach to your direct testimony one exhibit identified as Exhibit JD1?
Yes.
And was that exhibit prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Powers, I would move to have Mr. Duncan's pre-filed direct testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Duncan will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I would also move Mr. Duncan's Exhibit JD1 into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
The pre-filed exhibit of witness Duncan identified as JD1 will be marked for identification and placed in the record as exhibit number 12.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket on August 30th, 2024, rebuttal testimony consisting of 17 pages?
Yes, I did.
And if the questions put to you in your rebuttal testimony were asked at the hearing today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I've moved to have Mr. Duncan's pre-filed rebuttal testimony entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Duncan will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, I understand you've prepared a summary of your direct and rebuttal testimony for the commission. Can you please present your summary at this time?
Mr. Chairman, may I get a clarification?
Belser.
I show Mr. Duncan's exhibits marked JD1, JD2, and JD3.
Apologies. Let me go back through. I had omitted those unintentionally. Thank you. Mr. Duncan, could you also attach to your direct testimony 2 additional exhibits titled JD2 and JD3?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And were those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. I don't know, procedurally, could I move those into the record to be composite exhibit along with exhibit JD1?
We would do that. We would put JD 1 through 3 as composite exhibit, and it will still be part of exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Duncan, now could you please present your summary to the commission?
Good afternoon, Chair Powers and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you all today. As I stated earlier, my name is Jake Duncan, and I'm the Southeast Regulatory Director for Vote Solar. I discussed my qualifications in my direct testimony, and my resume is attached as Exhibit JD1. My direct testimony focuses on how the changing nature of the IRP process in the Carolinas yields an important moment to effectively integrate distributed energy resources, or DERs, and the ways that the company's IRP has not incorporated particular DERs, specifically behind-the-meter storage, managed electric vehicle charging, and virtual power plants. These are critical to ensuring the company's plan is least costs. I also address the need for the companies to develop a distributed resource plan, or DRP. As an initial matter, I discuss how all modeling exercises, including IRPs, are inherently a subjective exercise as they depend on the decision-making of the modeler. I discuss why utilities should continually improve the IRP process over time to keep up with a rapidly changing energy environment and accommodate issues of increasing importance such as energy burden and environmental justice. Private companies in a regulated market face less pressure to innovate than companies in a competitive marketplace. The IRP is one avenue for the company to explore new ways of serving customer needs at least cost through innovative technologies and modeling approaches that offer new opportunities for system efficiencies and savings. Modern technology and energy landscapes are rapidly changing, and if the IRP does not change to match modern possibilities, it's possible that the current and planned system resources may be underutilized and thus add unnecessary costs. DERs offer numerous benefits to an IRP that may or may not be captured depending on the ways in which the modelers choose to integrate DERs into the IRP. DERs can be deployed very quickly to provide energy and capacity to the system. They provide valuable grid services and have benefits for both the utility system and the customer installing them. Customer adoption of DERs has been accelerating in South Carolina and around the country due to falling technology costs, interest in energy independence, and federal investment. Several South Carolina laws, as I discussed on pages 19 to 20 of my direct testimony, also demonstrate support from the state legislature for expanded opportunities for DERs. Inadequately considering DERs in an IRP can result in miscalculated load scenarios, fuel requirements, and timeframes for capacity additions, as well as increased risk for stranded assets and missing potential distribution level benefits. The potential cost of misforecasting, and in particular underforecasting DERs, is higher in load growth scenarios like the companies project. Unfortunately, based on my review, the company's IRP falls short in 3 main respects. The first is that the company did not include behind-the-meter storage in their modeling. While there is uncertainty regarding the future deployment of behind-the-meter storage, uncertainty and risk is not unique to behind-the-meter storage. Other resources that were included in the company's plan, such as small modular reactors, have significant uncertainty and risk that the company attempted to account for with their modeling practices. Further, predicting customer behavior, load, and economic decision-making is a fundamental part of preparing the company's load forecast. Assuming a zero amount of behind-the-meter storage will be deployed in the future is an unreasonable and unsupportable assumption for the company's service territory. behind-the-meter storage is growing. In my testimony, I combined the company's own behind-the-meter solar forecast with assumptions about the percentage of solar customers that also install storage, and conclude that the company may be omitting from its analysis approximately 469 megawatts of behind-the-meter storage by 2038 and over a gigawatt by 2050 across the company's combined system. As such, I recommend that the Commission require the companies to modify the proposed IRP to include a behind-the-meter storage forecast. At a very minimum, I recommend that the Commission require the companies to incorporate a behind-the-meter storage forecast in their next IRP filing. Further, the Commission should require the companies to evaluate how incorporating behind-the-meter storage changes the model selection of combustion turbines and adjust its near-term action plan accordingly. Secondly, the company treated EVs asymmetrically by including the entirety of the forecasted load, which is significant, but excluding known ways to manage that load, and in particular, EV managed charging. For perspective, I reviewed the results of one South Carolina managed charging pilot by the companies to show the impact these programs could have. If 40% of electric vehicle load were to reduce its peak demand by 76%, which is the results of the South Carolina pilot, 2038 EV winter peak demand would drop by 194 megawatts, and summer peak demand in 2038 would drop by 396 megawatts. I recommend that the Commission order the companies to include the impacts of EV managed charging in future IRPs. Third is that the companies did not include virtual power plants in their analysis. As explained in more detail by my colleague Graham Turk, virtual power plants are defined as a coordinated network of distributed energy resources that collectively function to balance energy supply and demand, delivering reliable grid services similarly to a conventional power plant. VPPs are distinct and exciting opportunity in that they are designed to use aggregated and dispatchable distributed energy resources specifically for the purpose of providing services to the grid. Thus, a VPP strategy can simultaneously meet grid needs and lower customer bills because the cost to the utility is also a payment to customers who can reduce or dispatch energy at the right time. A VPP approach is a departure from historical approaches from energy efficiency and demand-side management, and VPPs are rapidly growing across the nation. There are nearly 4 million customers enrolled in VPP programs across the nation today. I make 3 recommendations with regard to virtual power plants. First is that I recommend the Commission order the companies to develop and pursue a Bring Your Own Battery program, as explained by Mr. Turk's testimony in his near-term action plan in this IRP. Second is I recommend that the Commission to establish a virtual power plant goal, which will establish a direction and vision for the company. Third, I recommend that the Commission require the company to model virtual power plant programs as a selectable resource in future IRPs, which is consistent with treating dispatchable distributed energy resources on par with traditional supply-side resources. Lastly, my testimony recommends that the Commission prepare a Distribution Resource Plan, or DRP, as allowed under Act 62, and that the Commission include specific filing requirements for the future IRP. 19 states have adopted standards for DRPs, which aim to maintain and enhance reliability and resilience and minimize electric system costs. Based on these states' experience, the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab defines DRP as a plan that evaluates benefits and costs of distributed energy resources, considers ways to increase deployment of cost-effective DERs, and facilitates better integration of DERs in distribution planning. On Table 5 of page 53 of my direct testimony, I review the company's Integrated System and Operations Plan, or ISOP, a term that has no industry or statutory definition, against the common elements of a DRP. My conclusions align with the independent analysis of Duke's ISOP conducted by the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, which is that the company's ISOP do not contain all of the elements of a DRP. I ultimately recommend that the Commission establish specific goals and filing requirements for the DRP and require that the companies develop one and file it in the next IRP. In my rebuttal, I respond to witness Quinto, Holman, and Duff and continue to argue for the inclusion of DERs in VPPs, emphasizing their potential to lower system costs, enhance reliability, and meet the state's energy needs more cost-effectively than the company's current approach. The company's rebuttal testimony fails to provide any justification for leaving out these viable, cost-effective resources out of their IRP modeling. In conclusion, my direct and rebuttal testimony demonstrates the company did not appropriately integrate distributed energy resources into the proposed IRP. I make actionable and reasonable recommendations for the Commission to take to ensure that customer-owned DERs are accurately valued and incorporated in future IRPs to ensure that the company's plan is indeed least cost. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Just to make sure one point is clear, I think when you first started talking about a distribution resource plan, you said your testimony recommended that the commission prepare a DRP. Did you mean to say that the companies prepare a DRP?
That is correct. The company would be
Thank you.
preparing the DRP.
Thank you. Chair Powers, the witness is now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Mixon. Mr. Gitsendana.
Chair Powers, briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Duncan. I'm Matt Gissendanner, attorney for the companies. Would you agree with me that the companies incorporated a large amount of demand response resources in their IRP?
I would agree that the company incorporated demand response, and I think the qualification of what is large or not is a topic for discussion.
Can you tell me how much demand response the companies incorporated into their IRP?
I cannot off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you agree with me, subject to check, that the companies in Table H1 and Appendix H indicated that they had approximately, between DEC and DEP, approximately 750 megawatts of demand response capability as of May 1st, 2023?
Give me a moment to get there.
Chair Powers, if they'll just give us 1 minute, we can provide a copy of that to our witness so he can review.
Sure.
Can you please restate the page?
Yes, it's Appendix H, page 19, Table H1, and Figure H8.
I see in Table 1, H8, that the company has, as of May 2023, in DEC summer, 1,100 megawatts, and DEP, 665 megawatts. Are those the numbers you were referring to?
Yes, and in the summer it's 1,100 and 665, and in the winter 530 megawatts for DEC and 223 for DEP, for a total of about 750 in the winter.
Yes.
And then Figure H8 indicates that the IRP, the companies are planning for a winter demand response capability of approximately 1,050 megawatts by 2030.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And do you consider that to be a large amount of demand response?
I think that's certainly a meaningful amount of demand response. I think considering the amount of expected load that the company is seeing over the same time frame, I think there's certainly an opportunity for more, and the fact that the company's load and peak load are growing so drastically, that would indicate that the value of avoiding additional peak demands would increase, which leads me to believe that that increasing demand response, finding new avenues for demand response, and activating customer load and flexible load is a very worthwhile endeavor.
Thank you. You are testifying, I understand you're an employee of Vote Solar, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you're submitting testimony on behalf of CCL, Coastal Conservation League.
I'm submitting testimony on behalf of the entire intervention group, which is CCL et al., SACE, Sierra Club.
And are you aware that the Coastal Conservation League had the opportunity to review and comment on the measure details for the 2022 DEC and DEP market potential study prior to the finalization of that study?
I'm not aware of that. I'll take your word for it. I know that CCL engages in many of those dockets, but I was not there personally, so I cannot comment on CCL's decision to comment or not, or what they said.
And so you're likewise unfamiliar that CCL and SACE submitted comments,
I'll be happy to look at them if you have a copy.
but you're not familiar with that.
No, sir.
Did you review Witness Duff Exhibit 2, Direct Exhibit 2, formerly Witness Powers? You responded to their direct testimony?
Yes, I reviewed Witness Duff and formerly Witness Power's entire testimony.
And the exhibits?
Would you, I will turn there and take a look if you'd be happy to refer to me to a specific section.
I'm referring to the first page of Duff Direct Exhibit 2.
It appears the copy that I printed out of the most recently accepted Duff testimony as of September 13th does not have the exhibits attached to the file.
And could you just read for me the first paragraph of the first page of Duff Direct Exhibit 2?
Resource innovations.
Excuse me, just one, can you identify it for the commission?
Sorry, it's Duff Direct Exhibit 2.
What page? First page?
The first page.
Resource Innovations provided measure details for the 2022 DEC-DEP Market Potential Study to Duke Energy and the Carolinas Collaborative on April 1st, 2022. The measure details included a residential, commercial, and industrial measure impact spreadsheet that listed energy and demand savings, measure life, and incremental costs for each measure permutation, as well as the measure algorithms and the parameter spreadsheet. RI received the following comments and questions from the Coastal Conservation League on 4/14/2022. Comments and questions received and RI's response in blue text were included here. The following table summarizes changes we made as a result of these comments, and we provide additional detail thereafter in response to each comment or question.
Thank you. No further questions.
Is that all, Mr. Gissendaner? Thank you. Sierra Club, any questions?
No, no questions.
Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association, any questions?
No questions, but thank you.
Walmart,
No questions.
Office of Regulatory Staff,
No questions.
thank you very much. Commissioners, this is your direct answer rebuttal. You won't be back.
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioners. Commissioner C. Williams.
Thank you, Chair Powers. Good afternoon, Mr. Duncan.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with where some of your testimony ended, which was calling to our attention South Carolina Code Annotated Section 5-37-40B2 and the reference to and the suggestion that you made to include distribution resource plans. Are you able to talk to me about how those are exhibited in other IRPs, just in the state, in the country, in the Southeast?
Absolutely. So every utility conducts distribution planning. It's a question of whether or not, and to what extent it's in a public proceeding, and whether or not there are parameters around it. So many states across the country have started to, either through regulatory pathways or legislative pathways, create a formal structure for the utilities distribution plan such that it can be publicly reviewed, conduct a similar investigation that is being done for an IRP, but for utilities distribution system, with the acknowledgement that there's a growing amount of change at the distribution level, that customers are not a static load that like they used to be. They have flexible devices, they have solar, they have batteries, they have electric vehicles, and that's drastically changing how the distribution system is managed. So Many states have a separate distribution planning process from its IRP. Sometimes they're connected formally. They oftentimes feed each other informally. The outputs of the DRP goes in the IRP and vice versa. In particular, I'm most familiar with Xcel Energy in Minnesota and Portland General Electric's distribution planning process. In a former role, I engaged in those dockets. And there, I laid out in my testimony, I believe it was Table 5, a series of different criteria that are common for these distribution system plans: baseline data sharing, analysis of distributed energy resources and potential locational value, non-wires alternatives projects, there's opportunity for stakeholder engagement, community input, there's more of an understanding of how the utility's respective distribution system engages with their customers, right? That's the place in which customers experience the grid. So having more information about that reality and what can be done. I was here several months ago for the rate case where I was talking about the reliability and whether or not that varies in different parts of the grid. That's another thing that can be addressed through a distribution system plan as well. Identifying pockets of better or worse service through reliability or hosting capacity, and then identifying programs and solutions to address those. It could be distributed energy resources. It could be a more informed grid investment plan so that we can identify those pockets and go from there. So there are certainly concrete examples, other utilities distribution system plans out there that I can point you to, and would happily follow up with the commission to provide you for more information about that. But there are definitely very concrete examples and parameters in use in states across the country.
It sounds like something that we would deal with in another docket, but when you talk about many other commissions or utilities that use commissions, I think you were talking about.
Well, the proceedings happen at the commissions. It's
Right.
the utilities that prepare them. So yeah, no commission is preparing a distribution system plan.
Right. But that require them. I just wanted to get a better. You use the modifier many, and I just wanted to get a sense of as many. You listed a couple examples that you'd been involved with, or is it more than 50, or do you know?
To date, I believe there are 19 different states with formal requirements. Okay. There's actually a website maintained by the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab that has collected all this information in one place. So you can look there for specific state requirements. I'll just note, I might have heard this question, but I'll just volunteer this. Some states established their distribution planning process through legislation, and others through commission action without necessarily enabling legislation. So I will note, as you started, Act 62 allows, it permits an ISOP or distribution resource plan. So like I said, there are many states that have kind of that legislative structure. Some took it upon themselves to do it, and then put the specific filing requirements and purpose behind that.
Thank you. I heard that the first time. I just forgot it. So
no problem.
I appreciate it. Talk to me some, if you can, about electric vehicles and how well that you think the company has estimated its impact in the IRPs. Is your testimony more about how it's managed, or is it also about the estimation?
Well, I think those two things are connected. I'm not commenting on their official their load forecast.
Okay.
And the calculation thereof. My point in my testimony was that the company looked at the added load of EVs over the next 15 plus years and said, we're running an economic-based model that predicts customer behavior. We're making assumptions around how customers will be charging these electric vehicles, so we think it's going to be X amount of load at X hour.
Right.
So it's going to raise this peak. My point in testimony was that it's unreasonable to only look at the added load and not put equal weight on the possible measures to mitigate that load. Mm-hmm. The company, I acknowledged in my direct testimony, included North Carolina time of use rate for electric vehicles that, subject to check, I believe, reduced of the portion of EV load that they applied that to, reduced peak demand by 12%. There was a South Carolina pilot that the company provided information of in Discovery that I attached as an exhibit that saw a 76% reduction in peak demand for for EVs and a managed charging pilot, which is different from a time of use rate. A managed charging program is where utility or third party actively manage the interaction between the vehicle and the charger, and they sign up for a program and they say, we'll either compensate you or give you lower rates, or you'll have a flat bill if you let this third party manage your charger, so you can't charge during peak.
Right.
It's
Right.
different from a time of use rate, which is just a price-based scheme, which customers may or may not respond to. So my point is that we have information about the impact of managed charging. The company is running a separate pilot in North Carolina as well. It's unfair to say we expect this amount of load and we're going to plan for it, but we're not going to fully account for all the management, EV load management protocols that are possible. So my recommendation is that they should simply account for those.
Okay. In thinking about, it's exciting to be looking at an integrated resource plan and think about all the things that could be. And to my mind, I'm looking at things like small nuclear reactors, the growth of electric vehicles, virtual power plants, hydrogen, as all learning curve opportunities that we don't know as much about as we will in the future. So I think my question is, and I don't know, and I'll ask the company this too. I threw out a variety of new opportunities. Are some of those better known than others? Are they similarly developing? Are they similar? How many of them are already in use in the Duke territories? I'm trying to find a question in here in front of everybody, but and just to add a couple more, offshore wind, and should we treat, in an IRP, should we treat those differently in terms of what to expect? And if it's something you can't answer, that's cool too.
If I may, is your question, there's several categories of emerging technologies and resources, and they all have associated risk. How do we weigh the different risk profiles?
Yes, please.
Great. So I think that's a very astute question, and a question that will be continued to be discussed for years to come. So I don't have the answer. But what I think is important to consider is that when you look at the recommendations that I put forward, I would argue they're lower risk than some of these other resources, because the risk of not succeeding or missing the mark has a significantly smaller impact than missing the mark on SMRs or offshore wind, or even the planned build out of CCs and CTs. These are large resources that take a lot of time and effort and logistics to build. A DER program, on the other hand, I'm not in here saying they're going to be 15 gigawatts of VPPs. You know, we are talking about a piece of the pie, but if we miss the mark by 5%, by 10%, it's the load impact is smaller. And we'll see that as we're going, because there's continuous growth from the resources, right? We'll see the programs grow and evolve over time, and we can check and adjust like the company wants to, as opposed to a single large resource that we hope will be online at some time in the future. And of course, the company will, and the developers will learn as they're doing that too. But I think the point is that DER programs, VPPs, are smaller modular programs that you can refine as you go and have less downside. And the one other thing I'll add on there is that, as I mentioned in my summary, they also are one of the few ways to meet demands and lower customer bills, because every one of those other resources is a large capital asset. It's going to take a lot of money. It's going to be shareholder profit, and that's going to be handled in a rate case. But a VPP, a DER program, is paying customers to utilize their available resources if they have them to the degree they want to use them. No one's forcing anyone to do anything. But if you have a smart thermostat or a battery or an EV and you can export that power to the grid at the right time, that has a value that contributes to meeting system needs and lowers that customer's bills. So I think there's a different value stream to the programs that I'm proposing that than these other uncertain future resources.
Thank you. And as has been said before, thank you for more artfully crafting my question and your answer than I was asking. Witness Duff talked in his rebuttal on I don't think you need to look at it, but page 12, 1 through 6, about the slow adoption of behind the meter for batteries, I think. What kind of growth curve do you expect? Do you have a different opinion about than what he shared?
Yeah, so I think subject to check, I think Duff's statement was that the level of behind the meter storage right now is currently low.
Still quite small.
Still quite small. My point in direct and rebuttal is that it's going to grow. We've seen that. I think company witness Reed, and forgive me if I got the wrong company witness, but someone mentioned that the pair rate of the rate at which that customers who adopt solar also attach storage has grown from 1% in 2019 to 10% in 2022. That's a very steep growth curve in just 3 years, and that number is two years out of date now. We're seeing across the country the rate at which solar customers pair their solar system with battery storage is growing very, very fast. That's due to lowering costs of the battery storage. That's due to time of use rates like we have in South Carolina, Solar Choice Tariff. There's a built-in economic decision for customers to make to be able to make use of exporting power or limiting their imports during peak times. And there's a lot of federal investment through the ITC tax credit and other things. So that number is growing. The Solar Energy Industry Association expects that the residential pair rate for storage will be 28% by 2028. California, who recently changed their net metering policy, saw their attachment rate of storage skyrocket. So I think all these things are pushing in that direction. And my point in testimony is that the company, yes, it might be small right now. 15 years from now, it could be a very valuable system resource that needs to be accounted for in the resource plan. And that's the point of my testimony. That with the numbers I put out there, I very clearly state in my testimony, are intended to illustrate the size of the potential gap. By no means I'm saying you should plug in that number into the IRP. Merely that it justifies the need for the company to take these resources seriously because they can have a important role in a long-term resource plan.
Is there a comparable state that can be looked to evaluate how South Carolina's trajectory might go?
That's a difficult question to answer. There's, many factors influence how a state's DER growth might go. I will say two things. First is your neighbors in North Carolina are likely the best example. The solar choice tariffs exist in both states. So I think that's a prime example. And I think one important thing to observe about North Carolina is the company's Power Pair program in North Carolina, which I believe I mentioned, and I know Witness Turk does as well. It's a upfront incentive for solar and storage and an ongoing demand response, small additional payment for kilowatts delivered to the grid. That I think it started in May, and I just saw an article from a few days ago that stated the company has 1,800 customers enrolled in that program. We'll leave it to the company to confirm or give accurate numbers there, but that's nearly 2,000 customers in just a few short months that have added megawatts of solar and storage. So I think that this is a resource that can be activated through prudent programs and planning. And then the other thing I'll just note quickly, as I mentioned a second ago, California, very different states, not suggesting that this market's like it, but they just changed their net metering and solar compensation policies to actually mirror kind of closely what South Carolina has with a time of use rate, and their storage attachment rate has grown significantly since the start of NEM 3.0.
Are there cost effectiveness tests that you know about associated with the Power Pair program in North Carolina?
I know the company filed for the demand response portion, has some data around it. I honestly, I'm not sure. I believe that might be something that is done after the program has been through the pilot phase. So yeah, at this point, I don't think that there's been a full cost effectiveness evaluation.
Okay. I want to go back to virtual power plants, DER, EEDSM. Draw me a Venn diagram. You know, how are they different? How are they similar in how they work?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, because there's certainly overlap between the two, and it's can be difficult to parse them out. I like to think of virtual power plants as kind of the next evolution of demand response. Right? Demand response really started in the 80s, late 80s, with kind of the advent of energy efficiency demand response, and there were all these power issues, and utilities figured out they can call up large power users to reduce their demand during peak times. And that's been the philosophical foundation of demand response for a long time, is this passive use. We only use it when we really need it. That there are many of the programs are still depend on like one-way communication technology, and they are and virtual power plants, on the other hand, utilize 21st century communication technology to manage loads without really the customers needing to engage with that within the parameters of the program itself. So think of a battery again. You can set it and forget it. You can participate in a demand response program and say, my preferences for my particular battery are I never want it to go lower than 50% because I want to make sure I've got enough for backup. So you can set those parameters if the program design allows it, so that the customer will never have less than 50% of the battery, but above that, it can be dispatched, and they'll never know it because it's just a battery sitting in their garage or wherever, and that capacity can then be utilized as a system resource frequently, every day, kind of depending on the program. Many programs have a set number of call days, 30, 50, 60 call days per year. In theory, it could be used every single day, and the value that those exports to the grid, those have a real value that then can be funneled back to that customer as a payment, reducing the lifetime cost of the resource, or it can even be factored into an upfront incentive. Say we expect to get $15,000 worth of exports from this customer, so we'll give them $10,000 upfront payment and spread that $5,000 over the life of the program. So it's creative ways to really monetize that. I'm getting a little off track, but I think the point is that one other key thing about a virtual power plant is that in the definition, both Witness Duff and I agreed that part of the definition is that they are used similarly to a traditional supply-side resource. So when you think of the way that a traditional supply-side resource, like a combustion turbine, is dispatched, right? It's dispatched every day to meet that load, right? I just described a second ago. That could be one way that home batteries or EV batteries, or even smart thermostats, or other like hot water heaters can be utilized. But the way in which utilities leveraged traditional demand response programs do not look like that whatsoever. And so that's a key departure that I'm encouraging this commission to think about and require the company to think about, okay, what if right now we've got a small number of batteries? What if that really grows to a huge amount in the next 15 years? And what if we can utilize that to get those top 5% of the hours a year that a combustion turbine might be built to dispatch for. That's just one illustrative example. But I think those are the key differences in my mind are the two-way communication, the active nature of virtual power plants, and using them as a system resource.
And how about, so I heard, that's good. I heard largely I heard the relationship between DSM and virtual power plants. Okay. I know that I have a few more questions. I am happy to let another commissioner jump in if one would like to.
Commissioner Caston.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you agree that an IRP is a high-level, 10,000-foot view of things, a 10,000-foot plan or whatever that could change overnight? If there's, well, you wouldn't rewrite the plan overnight, but catastrophic events, geopolitical events, a host of things could cause what exists today in an IRP to not be realistic tomorrow. Is that possible?
Yes, I would broadly agree with that.
But generally, what is your view of an IRP? What do you think it is?
An IRP is a very important planning document in which a utility looks into the resources it has, the customer base it has, does a very significant effort to understand how those variables might change and to plan for the future.
Does it involve assumptions that could be imprecise, or I'll use the term best guess estimates, but does it use all knowns or some of them variable and could change as far as inputs?
I think the decision on which input to use is one of the most important decisions of any modeling exercise outside of resource planning. You can look at just different types of modeling. What are we thinking about, and what is my baseline, and what tools do I have to solve the problem? So I think the utility makes their decision on which inputs to use based off of the utility's prerogative, the decisions of the modelers, the expertise they have on staff, and it's my job to come and provide alternative ideas, perspective, and evidence to the commission.
Okay. So what I think I heard, well, let me put it this way. IRPs and things that involve any models are going to require inputs that someone's going to have to make a decision on. Some of those inputs maybe be more precise or exact depending on what available information's there. But it's also reasonable to assume that there will be some inputs that you're just making the best guess you can make. Informed, not guess, informed input you can make. Which may involve input from stakeholders and everything.
Yes, I broadly agree with that.
I'm trying to get to that too. I mean, I'm not trying to trick you or lead you in any way. I really want to know how you view it, and I think I have a better understanding how you view it. And on page 12 of your direct, lines 3 through 10, you talk about a peer-reviewed research that was done, I think, down here, footnote 3, it says J.P. Carvello, long-term load forecasting accuracy and electric utility integrated resource, which, you know, I'm not familiar with that study at all. Have you seen the study? Have you read it or reviewed it?
You're talking about citation 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I've looked at that.
And I guess just the high points here, you observe that the study points out that utilities often overstate load forecasts and actual resource procurements diverge from IRP predictions. In that study, to the best of your recollection, was that was that 50% of the utilities, 80%, 90%, 100%, 5? Do you remember kind of?
I can't comment on the percent of the utilities. My recollection of this study is that the authors, who are also, I believe, mostly staff at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, the study is dated 2018, and with the peer review process, the data was from a little bit earlier. They looked at several, I don't remember the number of utilities, but they took several utilities and they looked at several IRPs over time. And they said, IRP 1 says we're going to have this amount of low growth, IRP 2 says we're going to have this amount of low growth, IRP 3 says we're going to have this amount of low growth, and they looked at the actual observed low growth over that, and they found that the overall finding of the study was that the IRPs generally overstated load growth compared to what the utilities actually saw. Again, I don't remember the number of utilities off the top of my head or the percentage, and then I'll also note that the second statement that resource procurements frequently diverge from IRP predictions is from a separate study in which, again, to my recollection, the authors took a similar strategy of looking at a select group of utilities, IRPs over time, and looking at what was in those IRPs as predicted resources versus what they actually built.
But you don't remember any, like, how many were studied?
Forgive me, but I do not remember.
That's okay. Yeah. I wouldn't have remembered either. So that's quite all right. Do you believe that those things are intentional or just simply the nature of the imprecision of assumptions and models and long-term plans?
You know, at this point, I don't want to comment on what's driving that because I believe that requires a very rigorous deep dive to really understand the implications of that question. I think the important thing is that, as I suggest elsewhere in my direct testimony, that what this leads me to is the conclusion that commissions overseeing an IRP should exercise careful review and rigorous review of assumptions and modeling practices because as these two studies demonstrate, and I think is common sense, IRPs are not an exact science. So I think that just lends to the need for thoughtful review of an IRP.
Yeah, that's lines 8 through 10. Commission should recognize the limits of the IRP process and view the document as an exploratory exercise to prepare for future rather than a predict of the future.
You do remember.
And the reason I've asked you these questions, and I know I've asked others in the past, and I'll probably ask others in the future. You know, what is an IRP to you? Because I'm assuming you read the statute, the IRP statute, and you know, as I sit here, you know, I think I know what it means. I think I know that, but different folks can have different views. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Looks like you want to say
Yeah.
something. Get it out.
If I may revisit that question now that I
Yes.
have a
Yes.
bit more of the context of your question. I mean, I think there are many purposes to an IRP, frankly. And one of the purposes I try and highlight in my testimony is that part of the function of the IRP is understanding what will be needed in the future. How are we going to meet load? I mean, that's the basic question. And as we take that into account, we also need to consider the fact that we're also in this room because, in this case, the company is a regulated monopoly and they do not face market competition from other firms that would force a privately owned firm in another market to innovate, to find new offerings for their customers, to lower their costs, and to find the most competitive solution. That's part of what the regulatory paradigm is, in my opinion. A part of it is emulating market forces. So one of the things that I think should come out of an IRP, or be considered, excuse me, one thing that should be considered in the IRP is whether or not, and to what extent it's innovating to find truly least cost solutions. If we just ran the same old IRP model for hundreds of years, we would lose on progress. And I'm not suggesting that's what the company's doing, but just as a thought exercise, the methods, the approach, the outcomes, the questions we're asking in an IRP, I think really need to change over time with the changing world, so that there can be a emulation of market forces that the company wouldn't otherwise see because it's a regulated company.
All right. Would it be accurate to say, not knowing anything about that study, that I guess the study at least indicates that IRPs might be all over the map? I mean, they're not precise documents, at least relative to that study and their findings.
Again, I think that's a very difficult question to answer, and a good question. I think the question should also be, like, what does a precise IRP look like? I don't think anyone is saying the utility didn't exactly forecast load 30 years in the future, you did a bad job. I don't think that's what the study's saying, and that's not what I'm saying. I think an important takeaway is, again, being rigorous about whether or not the assumptions are reasonable, and acknowledging that things change throughout time. Assumptions change, resources available change, resources procured change. So I'm afraid I can't answer your question directly, but I think it's a very good question.
You've answered every one of my questions, and I appreciate it, so don't worry about that. And finally, is this an accurate statement? That at a minimum, an IRP ought to satisfy the law, the statute.
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought you said a lot, but you said the law.
I may have. I didn't intend to.
Yes, absolutely, I agree with that.
That's all I have. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate you trying to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams, let me ask him a question, then I'll give it to you. The virtual power plants that you talk about, Mr. Duncan, sounds like a great idea. How does the company manage to regulate that when you say, well, the person who participates can use it when they want to, contribute when they want to? How's all that going to be managed by a utility who's got to have this much power all the time or at certain times? That's something I don't really understand.
Absolutely. Several things to say in response to that. But first, I will also suggest you direct that question to CCL et al. Witness Turk, who will be here tomorrow, because he managed behind the meter battery program at a utility in Vermont called Green Mountain Power. So he has very direct experience with that question. From my perspective, answering your question, how does the utility manage it, and how are we sure it's reliable? Those two questions that I heard from you. So on one end, there are many third-party aggregators that have a lot of experience doing this. There are many companies, Energy Hub, Sunrun, Sonnen, that either install the equipment themselves and then interact with the customer, or once someone else installs it, like manages the utility program for them. It's because you're right. I mean, the utility's got a lot on their plate. Managing, customer-owned resources is may or may not be the best use of their time and effort, or there may be a better expertise to do that. So there are third-party companies, third-party aggregators across the country that have experience doing this. And again, there are many programs that have existed for many years in other states. As I mentioned earlier, there's a recent report from RMI suggests that there's, I think, 3.9 million customers currently enrolled in what they consider a VPP program.
Yeah.
So
when you talk about the company getting somebody else to manage, who's paying? Or do all the ratepayers absorb that cost? I mean, there's going to be a cost in managing. Is that fair to the ordinary ratepayer who's not in the program or not doing virtual power plants? Or who pays it?
Well, that would be managed in the same way that the existing EDSM programs are managed. I mean, many of those programs, I would wager that some of those programs are currently managed by a third-party administrator entity. I would direct that question to the company if you want a firm answer. But that's a common practice for utilities across the country to have some of their programs managed by a third party, because it's not their role to send people to do upgrades on a house or something like that. So there's existing cost recovery pathways that can be used to make sure that customers that aren't enrolled in the program are held harmless, and that these private companies they do face market competition, right? So they have some pressure to make sure that their offerings are efficient and least costs. Otherwise, the company could find another administrator to manage the program. So I think there's pressures within that model itself of ensuring that if the company chooses and is enabled to use a third-party company for this purpose, that is appropriately done.
Okay. One more thing: is there solar out there that's just not being used or allowed to be put into the queue, or just sitting there? Because I keep hearing that solar's underused.
Are you referring to utility scale solar or rooftop solar or both?
Well, any private solar that is anybody being turned away when they apply?
I'm afraid I can't answer that question right now.
Okay. All right. The only other thing would be that you got the coolest necktie of any of us today. So
Thank you.
As chairman, I give you that award.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair Powers. I want to go back to a prior line of questioning and think a little bit about distributed energy resource, renewable energy programs, and whether those can be a part of demand-side management energy efficiency in your world. And I guess drilling down a little bit more, thinking about the fact that sometimes those funds are recovered in different manners.
I think that is. I think that question should be answered with regards to specific programs. I mean, unless right now, as we're talking about concepts,
right?
That's hard,
I get it.
Hard to respond to.
Yeah. On page 6 of your SIR rebuttal, you talk about the concern based on, you don't need to see it, lack of imagination and commitment from the companies to model customer-owned generation. Given that statement, do you think that the P3 portfolio is reasonable?
I think that any portfolio that isn't accounting for customer and resources that will be on the system and actively engaging the potential that customers have to meet grid needs is missing important elements.
Okay. Do you think that P3 could be modified to reflect that?
I think in response to that question, I think there are two options. One is to require the utility, the company, to conduct modeling changes, because P3 is the product of Encompass runs. And so I think changing the portfolio itself without stepping back and looking at what made the portfolio, it's the outcome of a least cost model with the inputs and parameters we put forward. So if we're changing the inputs and parameters, we can do that and then see what the P3 says or the portfolio there says. So that's one option. The other option is to require some of my recommendations were to require specific actions in the near-term action plan around pursuing specific programs or even doing modeling in the future IRP. So I think there's options if you want to. There are options to adjust the current IRP, and there's things that we should be thinking about as we move forward as well.
Okay. Do you deal with levelized cost of energy in your work?
I'm familiar with the metric.
Okay. Is that an important factor in looking at various generation assets?
I think it's one, and there are many factors to look at when considering the trade-offs between different generation assets, and levelized cost of energy is one.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Any other commissioner questions? Any redirect, Ms. Mixon?
No redirect, and we would ask that Mr. Duncan be excused.
I hate to see you go, but you're excused.
Thank you.
Do you have further witnesses at this time?
So our next two witnesses will be available tomorrow morning, but we do not have any other witnesses that are available for the remainder of the afternoon.
Okay. Does ORS have anyone available at this point?
No, sir. We do not.
Okay. Sierra Club?
No, as Ms. Mixon stated, our next witness, which is a joint witness, is not available till tomorrow morning, Mr. Goggin.
Okay.
We have witnesses in the building, Chair Powers, but we'd have to, temporarily switch over to rebuttal testimony until another party has a direct witness available, if that suits the chair.
Do you need a few minutes to?
As a matter of fact, we do, because I understand he's just run off to the restroom. Bad timing.
Go get him.
All right.
Okay, we will be at a break till 3:15. Is that enough?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We are back on the record for the IRP case of the Duke Energy and Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress dockets 2023 8E and 2023 10E. All commissioners are present as well as all participating parties in this hearing. It is my understanding that Duke is in a position now that they can fill in the time with one of their panels, or is that where we are?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Understand too that later next week, Mr. Torrey, that ORS will be in a position where they may not have witnesses available.
Ms. Randy, do you know what the conflicts are?
Yes, Mr. Hayat is unavailable on the 25th and 24th.
I'm just looking at whether or not we have to go on Saturday. It's with all these conflicts. Maybe a lot of people got participation trophies. I didn't. And we got to keep it moving. But I appreciate you, Mr. Wellborn, going ahead with something at this time.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask, I'm showing possible conflicts for witness Hayat on September 24th and 27th and witness Wellborn on September 27th for ORS. Is that correct?
I have Mr. Hayat's conflict is on the 24th and 25th, and Ms. Wellborn is on the 27th.
Thank you.
Will ORS be able to put anybody up tomorrow on direct?
Yes, sir. So plan would be that we would put up all three direct witnesses tomorrow prior to SCIBA going.
Okay, great. That work out, SCIBA?
Yes, Chair Powers.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wellborn, you may proceed.
Duke Energy calls Cole Benson to the stand.
Mr. Benson, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Cole Michael Benson.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Astrape Consulting as a managing consultant.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 16 pages of rebuttal testimony pre-filed with the Commission on August 14th, 2024?
I did.
And if I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Chair Powers, I would ask that Mr. Benson's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed direct testimony, Mr. Benson, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Benson, did you prepare a summary of your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Would you please present that at this time?
Yes. My rebuttal testimony responds to testimony from the Office of Regulatory Staff, witness James Finley Salter and Philip Hyatt, as well as other interveners regarding the company's 2023 Resource Adequacy Study and Astrape's recommended reserve margin, the Solar and Storage ELCC study, and the Wind ELC study. In Section 2 of my testimony, I highlight that the ORS found the 22% reserve margin in the ELCC studies to be reasonable. Notably, the ORS found that the ELCC studies incorporated enhancements in the modeling methodology in compliance with prior Commission guidance. I also highlight that no party offered a comprehensive resource adequacy study to support an alternative planning reserve margin or ELCC values. I discussed how the 2023 resource adequacy study complied with all prior Commission rules and requirements. I then respond to other interveners' positions regarding reserve margin and resource adequacy in the context of, among other topics, 1, the impact of coal unit retirements on reserve margin, 2, capacity contribution of natural gas resources, and 3, the impact of correlated outages on reliability contributions of thermal resources. In Section 3 of my testimony, I explained that the ELCC studies comply with past Commission orders. The ORS notes that the improvements in the ELCC calculations comply with the Commission's requirement. I also respond to intervener claims regarding the ELCC studies. I conclude my testimony by reiterating that the recommended planning reserve margin is reasonable for use in developing the company's IRP, which was supported by the ORS and is in line with planning targets used by other southeastern utilities. Similarly, the ELCC studies provide reasonable capacity values assumptions for use in developing the company's IRP, and the results were also supported by the ORS. I highlight that the recommended planning reserve margin will provide resource adequacy, particularly considering the continued evolution of the electric grid with substantial load growth, retirement of dispatchable resources, and a changing resource portfolio. This concludes my rebuttal testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Chair Powers, Mr. Benson is now available for questions from the parties in the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Athens. I need to make a correction. When you presented this testimony a minute ago, I said pre-file direct testimony and it's pre-file rebuttal testimony.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right. As far as cross-examination, Sierra Club,
No questions. Thank you.
CCL, SACE.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson. My name is Emma Clancy, and I represent CCL et al. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
So, together with witness Wintermantle, you conducted Duke's Resource Adequacy Study and ELCC study, correct?
That is correct.
And Estrape recommends that Duke increase its planning reserve margin to 22%, which is a 5% increase from its current 17% reserve margin, correct?
That is correct.
And a higher reserve margin is generally going to drive selection of more resources to ensure reliability in Duke's capacity expansion model, correct?
All else being equal, a higher reserve margin would result in more resources being selected.
Okay. And now, your study, your reserve margin study, attributes half of the 5% increase to recent reliability events and outages, and that includes Winter Storm Elliott, correct?
That is correct.
And did you hear witness Wintermantle's testimony yesterday?
Yes, I did.
So I won't go through all of that, but he described the increased cold weather outages that you all saw in the past 5 years of generator availability data.
That's correct.
And on page 14 of your rebuttal, you also state that Estrape's study considered the heightened risk of correlated outages at older thermal resources. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, are you aware that almost all of the coal units that have caused a lot of those increased outages are scheduled to retire in the early 2030s?
I am aware of that.
But Duke targets the higher reserve margin past 2031, isn't that right?
That is my understanding.
Okay, now switching gears slightly, a resource's firm capacity value is what determines its contribution to the planning reserve margin in Encompass, correct?
I cannot comment on the Encompass runs.
Okay, but a firm capacity contribution is how a resource is measured to that system. I'm not asking specifically about Encompass, but just like,
yes,
you know,
yes,
yeah. So and so that's going to vary. That capacity value will vary based on the resource type, basically.
Yes, it will.
And so Duke and Estrape took a different approach to develop the capacity value for renewables versus thermal resources, correct?
I'd like to reiterate that, again, Estrape was retained to perform an ELCC study to determine the wind, solar, and battery ELCCs to be used in the capacity expansion model.
Okay, so let's talk about that renewable ELCC. You anticipated my next question. So the ELCC, or capacity values, that Estrape developed for renewable and battery resources, that's basically the portion of the nameplate capacity value Duke can count on to help meet its 22% planning reserve margin, correct?
The ELCCs determined is basically the capacity equivalent of if we were comparing it against perfect capacity, how many megawatts they could reliably count on from that resource.
Okay, so for example, a 100 megawatt battery, and this is just a generic example, for example, a 100 megawatt battery with an 80% ELCC would contribute, say, 80 megawatts to meeting the reserve margin.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
And now, I just want to pull up a visual here. For thermal units, isn't it right that Duke modeled its coal units with a 100% firm capacity value? And so here I've just put up an illustrative example of that from witness Rupani's direct testimony, showing the sort of the capacity value that Duke used to model its coal units.
Again, I'd refer to witness Quinto about how Duke performed their modeling in Encompass.
In Encompass. Okay, well, are you, sorry, scratch that 1 second. But Duke, sorry, witness Wintermantle did discuss how thermal resources were modeled compared to the renewables with the ELCC value, didn't he?
Could you be a little more specific, please?
Yes, doesn't he discuss how thermal resources were, how renewable resources were modeled against a load with a 4% forced outage rate to ensure that they were evaluated on an equal playing field with thermal resources?
Yes. So when we performed the ELCC study, instead of, again, unfairly comparing the battery, the solar, and the wind against a perfect resource, we compared it against a load with a 4% outage rate, which represent the high end of a thermal outage rate, so that when we're deciding the marginal ELCC, that solar and wind and battery were compared on an equal footing to a new gas resource.
Okay. So for new gas resources or other resources who are modeled with a 100% firm capacity value, that approach you just described effectively would reduce that 100% firm capacity value to 96% firm capacity value, correct?
Again, I can't comment on how the companies approach their Encompass modeling. I would defer to them on how they would do that with gas units.
Well, in terms of, you just described how the approach of how they're using it for renewables. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm asking the same question, but just for renewable. For the new gas resources you just referenced.
Yes. But again, we did not perform that in our study. We evaluated the renewable resources. We performed it in the manner that witness Wintermantle and I have outlined in order to compare it fairly against gas resources, and we made that assumption.
Okay. Well, I just want to look here quickly. Now, this does show the Encompass inputs, and it shows that coal units were modeled with 100% firm capacity value. We were just discussing some of the recent outages on the company's system that you all saw in preparing the reserve margin study, correct?
Yes, we did discuss that.
Okay, so based on that discussion and the outage data that you looked at in performing the reserve margin study, do Duke's coal units perform with near perfect dispatchable capacity? Again,
I would defer to witness Quinto on how they approach that in their modeling, and I defer to witness Holman on how, operationally how they view those things.
Okay, but that I appreciate that, but you looked based on the outage data you evaluated. Do Duke's coal units perform with near perfect dispatchable capacity?
Again, that's not for me to comment on.
Okay, we can move on.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Williams.
Just want to ask the witness. I understand your answer. That's not for you to comment on, but I'm just curious whether or not you know the answer to the question.
Yes, so we modeled the units in our serve-em runs with a forced outage rate.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Astrape consultants are capable of developing ELCC values for thermal resources, correct?
Yes.
And you respond to witness Rumpani's and Goggins' citation to a 2022 Astrape publication titled Accrediting Resource Adequacy Value to Thermal Generation.
Yes, I do.
So based on your response, are you familiar with that report?
I'm generally familiar with it.
Okay. And are you aware that Table 10 on page 80 of witness Rumpani's direct testimony, which shows that batteries can provide more firm capacity than thermal units when you consider correlated outages and weather-dependent outages, is taken directly from that Astrape report?
I am aware of that.
And are you aware that a key finding from that report was that a portion of thermal resource uncertainty is not being directly accounted for in its capacity accreditation?
I am aware of that.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Clancy. Any questions from Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association?
Chair Powers, this is another witness that we need to quiz Mr. Burns on.
All right, Mr. Burns. Any questions?
This witness, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I think you're muted.
No questions. Can you hear me now?
I barely picked that up. You say no questions. Is that correct? All right, thank you. Walmart. Ms. Eaton.
Thank you. I'm Stephanie Eaton here. I have some questions for you on behalf of our client, Walmart. You have your rebuttal in front of you just in case.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. I think most of these I can ask you without you having to read through it, but feel free to look at it and let me know if you need to look at your rebuttal. I think starting on page 4 of your rebuttal, you talk about as discussed in the initial South Carolina chapter to the IRP and the chapter South Carolina supplement, a 22% planning reserve margin is prudent and reasonable and will allow the companies to maintain the reliability of the system. I think I've just quoted that. Is that what you stated?
Yes, it is.
Now, and just to clarify, you're not a lawyer, right?
I am not.
And you're not providing a legal opinion.
Correct.
And was that someone else's opinion in the South Carolina chapter, or was that yours?
That was my opinion and the opinion of Astrape, again, based on the 2023 resource adequacy study. If the companies plan to a 22% reserve margin, they would ensure a reliable system for their customers.
But you would agree that it's up to this commission to weigh all the facts in this case to determine what is prudent and reasonable as to Duke's reserve margin. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. On page 5 of your rebuttal, one of your critiques, I believe, of some of the intervener parties who spoke on reserve margins was that, quote, no other party to this proceeding presented a comprehensive resource adequacy study. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I believe your resource adequacy study, or the one that Astrape prepared, was an attachment, I think attachment 1 to Duke's 2023 IRP that was filed back on August 15th of 2023. And looking at the table of contents of that resource adequacy study and all of the modeling results, was that document, the finished document, hundreds of pages?
I don't think it was hundreds of pages, but pending check.
Just looking at the table of contents on the first page of the resource adequacy study, looked like there was many pages to it.
Yes, it looks like there appears to be some numbering that went wrong.
Okay. How long did it take Astrape to complete all of its modeling and write the actual resource adequacy study?
Again, we typically engage the company at the beginning of the year, start developing the assumptions, and I believe in 2023 we were retained in about January, and then we presented and finished the study when they filed.
Or so around, that took about 8 months then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recall how much Astrape billed Duke for the resource adequacy study?
I'm not.
But it was definitely not free, right?
Unfortunately, no. As much as we would love to work for free.
And this was a report for Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress for both North and South Carolina. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you referenced some other utilities winter reserve margins. It's lines 14 through 20. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
One of the other utilities that you've referenced there was Dominion Energy South Carolina, which you report was targeting a 20.1 winter reserve margin. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Astrape provide some SERVIM modeling for Dominion Energy South Carolina also?
Yes, we did.
And did you provide that same modeling for Santee Cooper?
Yes, we did.
On page 10 of your rebuttal at lines 15 through 17, I believe you stated that you agree that changing resource mixes can result in changes in the planning reserve margin. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you still agree with that statement, correct?
I do.
And also on page 9, I see that Astrape recommends that new resource adequacy studies be conducted every 2 to 3 years, or when a key input assumptions change that may impact the study results. Do you still agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And so potentially, if there's something that occurs within Duke's resource mix that would have been a key impact to your study, you would recommend through Astrape that they do another resource adequacy study.
Yes, we would.
And that could change the results on the planning reserve margin.
Yes, yes, it could.
And finally, as part of the extensive resource adequacy study, did Astrape analyze the cost to Duke's customers to increase its planning reserve margin from 17% to 25%?
As I believe witness Winterman will discuss, we did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
And I might have said 25%. I meant 22%. Sorry about that.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eaton. Any questions from ORS?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner questions? No commissioner questions?
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair Williams.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in your study, did you discuss, review any economic risk associated with onshore, offshore, solar, not solar, but wind?
We did not do any economic. We did do an ELCC study on the onshore and offshore wind, but we did not kind of capture the impact, the economic impacts.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any redirect?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Would you like this witness excused?
Yes, please, if you would excuse Mr.
You
Benson.
are excused and may stand down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair Powers, the companies would next call Laurel Meeks and Justin LaRoche to the stand.
Thank you. Come forward and be resworn.
Ms. Meeks, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Powers again. Mr. LaRoche, I'll start with you. Are you the same Mr. LaRoche that appeared before the commission this morning? And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 8 pages of rebuttal testimony pre-filed with the commission on August 14th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in your pre-filed rebuttal, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I would ask that Mr. LaRoche's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. LaRoche will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And Mr. LaRoche, did you also review and adopt 11 pages of Ms. Mara Farver's pre-filed rebuttal testimony with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your adopted rebuttal testimony?
No.
And if I asked you the same questions that appear in your adopted rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, pursuant to the Commission's September 9th, 2024 Standing Hearing Officer Directive Number 2024-73H, I move that Mr. LaRoche's adopted rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed adopted rebuttal testimony of Mr. LaRoche will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. LaRoche, did you prepare a summary of your pre-filed rebuttal and adopted pre-filed rebuttal?
Yes.
Would you please present your summary?
My onshore wind rebuttal testimony begins by providing an update to the Commission on the company's planned near-term actions for the development of 1,200 megawatts of onshore wind resources. Since fall 2023, the companies have continued to make progress on advancing development activities to site onshore wind facilities in the Carolinas, including the refinement of the siting feasibility study initially described in my direct testimony by prioritizing onshore wind sites in selecting an onshore wind development services provider. The companies have also begun engagement with specific targeted South Carolina and North Carolina counties to initiate preliminary discussions on potential onshore wind development opportunities. Based in part on the company's progress, I reject ORS witness Hyatt's concern that onshore wind resources may not materialize as the companies expect, further explaining that there is reasonable siting potential within the Carolinas and that pursuing onshore wind development is supported by a reasonable and executable plan, which the companies can additionally check and adjust through future IRPs. In the solar and SPS rebuttal testimony that I adopted, I begin by rebutting ORS's claims that solar and SPS in the recommended P3 fall-based portfolio may not be achievable, explaining that the volume and timeline presented in the portfolio P3 fall base is achievable as evidenced by the success of the company's 2022 and 2023 procurement RFPs, efficiencies implemented by the companies to the interconnection processes, and prudent transmission planning. I also agree with ORS that limited deviations may be appropriate between the company's modeling and procurement targets, explaining that the companies have adjusted the near-term action plan for solar and SPS to anticipate expected attrition from potentially terminating projects. Next, I note that CCEBA states that the company's solar and SPS additions are consistent with Act 62. I also explain how, in contrast to ORS's testimony, CCL et al. Argues that the Commission should approve the increased solar and SPS volumes identified in P1. However, as detailed in my solar and SPS rebuttal, the recommended P3 fall-based portfolio provides the most reasonable and balanced procurement of solar and SPS resources for customers. In summary, the companies are experiencing an unprecedented pace of projected load growth due to new economic development activity in solar and SPS resources, as well as onshore wind resources, can help meet these load growth projections. Solar is becoming increasingly cost-effective, and while solar-only generation is mostly an energy resource, SPS adds both energy and more dispatchable capacity value to the system. Onshore wind is a complementary resource that contributes to a diverse generation mix and can work alongside other renewables, such as solar generation, and supports the objectives of maintaining system reliability and mitigating commodity and fuel price volatility as part of an all-of-the-above resource mix to the benefit of our customers. This concludes my rebuttal testimony summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaRoche. And Ms. Meeks, are you the same Ms. Laurel Meeks who appeared before the commission this morning? Yes, I am. And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 9 pages of rebuttal testimony pre-filed with the commission on August 14th, 2024?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions that were asked in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Powers, I would ask that Ms. Meeks' pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The rebuttal testimony of Ms. Meeks will be entered into the record as is given orally from the stand.
And Ms. Meeks, did you also prepare a summary of your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Would you please present your summary to the commission?
I began my rebuttal testimony by explaining the company's near-term action plan to develop 1,475 megawatts of standalone storage resources by 2031, which plan includes initiating relevant procurement activities, the continuation of ongoing development activities, such as filing interconnection requests, and procuring necessary long lead equipment for storage projects at strategic grid locations, as well as beginning construction activities. And then rebut ORS's witness Hayet's assertion that the company's plan for standalone storage may not be achievable by explaining first that the standalone storage volumes identified in the IRP are supported by a robust existing pipeline of named standalone storage projects already under development. I also testify how development activities for these projects have continued to progress in a timely manner since the filing of my direct testimony in October 2023. This timely progression of the company's current standalone storage projects supports the reasonableness and executability of the company's near-term actions and recommended portfolio. On rebuttal, I also agree with CCBA that the standalone storage volumes included in the preferred P3 fall base adhere to Act 62 and help the companies achieve a diverse and balanced portfolio. In looking to CCBA witness Davis's direct testimony, the companies additionally agree that their planned storage amounts generally align with the trends of several neighboring utilities, although I have not analyzed these other utilities' resources. Additionally, I respond to CCL et al.'s witness Rumpani's recommendation that the Commission approve the standalone storage procurement levels identified in the company's P1 plan as a floor and instruct the companies to explore additional options to expedite the interconnection of new renewable and storage resources. As addressed in Chapter 3 to the initial IRP, P1 would require unreasonably aggressive and unachievable levels of storage additions not supported by the company's P3 fall base. In summary, the company's plan to develop and integrate new standalone storage resources supports the most reasonable, balanced, and least risk overall plan, namely with shorter development timelines than some other dispatchable resources. Storage supports reliability over the near-term horizon, enabling the companies to call upon additional capacity to serve unanticipated peak load. With Duke Energy's experience deploying grid-scale standalone battery storage and decades of experience owning and operating a pumped hydro energy storage fleet, we are well positioned to continue developing this resource to become a growing part of our diverse, balanced, all-of-the-above resource portfolio. And this concludes my rebuttal testimony summary. Thank you.
Chair Powers, at this time, Ms. Meeks and Mr. LaRoche are available from questions from the parties as well as the Commission.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Sierra Club?
No questions, thank you.
Questions from CCL SACE? Ms. Mixon?
Thank you. My questions will be directed to Ms. Meeks and very brief. So, Ms. Meeks, in your rebuttal testimony, you note the companies are planning to explore non-lithium ion and long-duration battery storage resources as a near-term action. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We are committed to testing and doing studies at a limited scale of non-lithium and long-duration storage technologies.
Okay. But the company's proposed portfolio does not include long-duration or non-lithium ion storage resources as part of the resource mix at any point during the planning period. Isn't that correct?
I can state that within the near-term action plan, the resource plan does not call for non-lithium technologies.
Okay, thank you. Did you review Ms. Rampani's direct testimony regarding long-duration energy storage?
No, but I can certainly navigate there.
Okay, so I'm looking specifically at page, give me 1 second, page 106 through the top of 107 of her direct testimony. I'm also happy to put it.
Yes, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay, and I apologize. The part that's bracketed at the top is not what I'm referring to. So, as you can see here, she notes a number of longer duration storage projects that either have been procured or are in planning stages for various utilities. Would you agree with that?
This is what that testimony states, yes.
Okay. Do you dispute that those projects are in fact underway?
Well, I'll first state that Duke Energy is really excited about long duration storage technology, and so we do regularly benchmark with other utilities, including some of the ones that are named here. I can't comment on the exact progress of these particular projects, but I do know that other utilities are piloting at a limited scale long duration and non-lithium storage technologies.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Meeks. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Chair Powers, Mr. Burns is going to respond on these rebuttal witnesses.
All right, Mr. Burns.
Just checking if you can hear me, Mr. Chair.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. No questions for this witness, but I do want to make sure you can hear me clearly.
Got you this time. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
great. Thank you.
Walmart.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner questions? Commissioner Caston.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I forgot ORS.
That's okay, sir. We can be forgettable. No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Caston.
Didn't mean to cut it on. Ms. Meeks, I see you're a Tar Heel.
Yes, double Tar Heel.
Good. They seem to be doing well.
We hope so.
On, I guess, the first page, lines 6 through 8 of your rebuttal, where you talked about the standalone storage volumes identified in the RP as supported by a robust existing pipeline. Yeah. What does that mean exactly? Or is Duke developing these, or are they already under construction? Can you kind of elaborate on that? Do you mind?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So the IRP called for the addition of 1,475 megawatts of standalone battery energy storage systems by 2031. And we actually have a number of named projects that are already in development that will support that. We actually have over 2 gigawatts of named projects that are identified with land in our hands and also interconnection positions. So they're well on their way to be studied through the interconnection process. And we have a limited number of projects that are also under construction at this time. So we're building on our experience deploying lithium-ion battery storage. We have 11 projects in operation across our regulated jurisdictions. We're growing incrementally and reasonably into that capacity, and we think that target is executable, and it's, again, backed by a robust pipeline. It's mostly because we're able to strategically site these systems where we already have existing land and infrastructure, such as at a retiring coal facility, so we can lower the cost to the customer.
And typically, what size is one of these storage facilities?
They can range depending on the use case. There is an application where we see a very small addition of batteries in the form of a microgrid, where it's used to enhance local reliability on the distribution system. But the large bulk batteries that will contribute to our capacity targets are growing in size. And so the first deployments could be, let's say, 20 megawatts in size. But as we look out into the latter part of the decade, we'll see projects that are 200 megawatts in size. And what that allows us to do is capture economies of scale and, again, lower the cost of those projects to customers. So they range.
And I have no idea how big those are. I mean, I suspect they're bigger than a double D battery or D battery or C or whatever. 20 megawatts. How much physical surface area does that take? Are they stacked?
Well, battery energy storage, when it's standalone, is actually not very land intensive. You can think about it as a bunch of batteries stacked into a shipping container. And so if you're talking about a 20 megawatt 4-hour system, right, 20 megawatts that will dispatch for 4 hours of capacity, you may be looking at under 5 acres for the scale for that particular project.
Are there any in South Carolina already?
There will be. In fact, Longtown Battery Energy Storage System is an example of a microgrid that will be sited in South Carolina as a unique way for us to enhance local reliability, where customers were experiencing higher than normal outages, and we previously did not have a tool in the distribution planning toolkit to serve that reliability. So a battery can be placed there. It will form a microgrid in times of loss of normal grid service and make sure that those customers' lights stay on. Now, when there's normal utility operations, it will actually dispatch for the benefit of all Carolina's customers and perform services like capacity or ancillary services.
And how does the company view this? I know it's storage. Is it viewed as a generation source? In other words, if it's 75 megawatts or greater of battery, does that have to go through the Siting Act?
Well, storage is not inherently a generating resource. It's a Swiss Army knife, as I like to call it, in that it can be a generation resource a production resource that can serve capacity. It can act as transmission or distribution and allow us to defer investment in traditional transmission or distribution wires. And so I can't call it generation. It doesn't produce electricity, but it can serve as an asset that supports the production system, the transmission system, or the distribution system. It's highly flexible, and we like to, again, call it the Swiss Army knife.
It doesn't make electricity, but it stores electricity, correct?
That is correct. It stores electricity when excess production is available on the grid, and then it dispatches it when customers need that electricity the most.
So when the electrons go from that into the wire, do they know, or does the wire know whether that's being generated by a gas facility or solar facility, or it's coming through a battery, or is there a distinction?
Well, if a standalone storage asset is sited on the grid, it will be charged from whatever the mix of electricity is being produced at the moment on the grid. Our expert operators may know a little bit better than me, but that's how I like to look at it.
Any expert operators coming up soon?
Perhaps witness Holman could elaborate on that.
All right, thank you. Final question. On the last page, I think your last sentence, where you talk about all the above, and I, that's been said more than once, and I understand that. What does that mean? What does that mean to you, all the above?
All the above means having a diverse fleet of resources that helps us keep the lights on. And that allows us to not put all of our eggs in one basket, right? And diversify the risk for customers, keep our costs low, make sure that we're producing reliable electricity with all of the technology suite that's available to us today and selected as the most optimal resource portfolio.
Okay. Does it necessarily mean all the above is viable and proven?
I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to disappoint you, Mr. LaRoche, but I don't have a single question.
Fair enough.
Vice Chair Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Panel, good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. Feel like we just started. Mr. LaRoche, I have a couple of questions for you. I'm concerned about the economic risks associated with your wind portfolio, onshore and offshore. Do you know the risk, the full potential risk to ratepayers if your onshore and offshore wind portfolios don't perform as expected?
And when you say economic risk, you're talking about like the levelized cost of energy may change compared to what the IRP model assumes?
That and potential failure or unexpected obstacles that cause you all to pivot.
Sure.
Or even stop pursuing that option.
And I can answer from the onshore wind perspective. I think from an offshore wind perspective, it'll either witness McIntyre. Actually, it's not part of my scope.
Okay.
I'm onshore wind, solar plus storage, but witness McIntyre or the IRP modeling team, Quinto and Snyder might be better to answer the offshore wind pieces.
Yes, sir.
So I think onshore wind may be new to the Carolinas, but it's a mature technology in well-developed markets across the United States. So I don't think there's anything inherently different for the Southeast compared to other parts of the U.S. Certainly we're growing in our knowledge and experience there. We've got operational experience from our former commercial unregulated group. So I think just like any generation resource, you're going to have operational risks, right? Obviously, we can't control the wind, but we factored those into the generation profiles assumed in the IRP, which then selected onshore wind as a cost-effective resource to meet customer load. And those are obviously part of the check and adjust strategy. So as we continue to develop these resources, we continue to update the cost to construct these facilities. If they start getting away from or deviating from the assumptions based on the IRP, we'll adjust those parameters accordingly. One of the key next steps for the development of onshore wind is continue to get out into the field and make progress with landowners for these targeted sites that we've identified. And once we establish our site control agreements in place, is to put up Met towers to study the wind resource to understand do we have strong enough long-term viable wind speeds, which then bake into those economic evaluations.
And so, let me just state it even more plainly. I'm just concerned that it just may not work at all. Understanding what you are attempting to do in terms to determine feasibility, is there? And I understand the way the models work, but I'm just asking you, based on your professional experience, based on other resources that are available, is there any concern that your plan just may not work, and maybe it could be the resources you plan to invest could be used better somewhere else?
So onshore wind is not a new technology. There's over almost 150 gigawatts deployed in the United States today, right? We know we can build it. Now, yes, siting that in the Carolinas will be challenging, right? Getting landowners on board, getting communities on board, getting permitted with counties is going to be new, largely new within our service territory. But that should not shy us away from not trying, that it should be a part of that all of the above strategy to diversify generation mix on the system, and can be done. I do believe it can be done.
I agree with you. I definitely think it can be done, and that's not my concern. My concern is it worth the risk, the effort, the potential money wasted to pursue that course of action?
You're going to miss every shot you don't take, right? Yes, we support that it is worth the investment to pursue development, to continue to bring new capacity to the system and to diversify that capacity.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair Williams. Ms. LaRoche, just following up on that, your statement about taking your shot or something doesn't happen. You're taking a shot with ratepayers' money, not stockholders or shareholders, aren't you?
So correct in that we're not seeking pre-approval of that development spend that we mentioned in the IRP per se. But yes, it's going to take significant resources to dedicate to pursue this development, to ensure these resources come online. And correct, in future proceedings, we would seek recovery of those dollars spent, and still understanding we'd be subject to prudency standards.
Okay. Any other commissioner questions?
Mr. Chair, I just want to follow up with Mr. LaRoche.
Go ahead.
Mr. LaRoche, I want you to understand now, I'm agnostic to the technology. I think it's, in a perfect world, it's a great idea. I just can remember in the first comprehensive IRP and even in ones I read before that, how new solar plus storage was. I mean, even 5 years ago, maybe not as long ago. And now I can get a Powerwall online. So I don't have the same, actually I can order one from my phone. I don't have the same level of concern. If you notice, I didn't ask your colleague any questions. I don't have, or you, any questions about solar plus storage. The same level of concern is not there. But just knowing what we know, knowing what I know, knowing what we know about South Carolina, it seems to be a great idea, but it seems to also with that, the potential, the great potential, there also seems to be great risk. And I just don't know if it's worth the risk of even pursuing at this time. That's really what I'm getting at. I don't disagree with you that you miss all the shots you don't take, but maybe trying to drive the paint and pulling up for a short jumper compared to stepping behind the arc like Steph Curry might be better, even if you only get 2 points. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. And the Carolinas market certainly hasn't been the hotbed in focus like the rest, right, out west in the United States. Although we do have 2 facilities, right, in North Carolina, one operational and one under construction. They'll be operational early next year. Mississippi, I believe, just commissioned their first facility as well. So it's starting to grow. I think we continue to see turbine manufacturers adjust their products to target areas that have slightly lower typical wind speeds as well, to broaden where that technology can be deployed, which will help us in our efforts. So it's largely, I think, partially to a chicken and an egg. Right, due to the dynamics of the Carolinas, it's not a focus for third-party developers to make investments to pursue the development of onshore wind resources. Unlike solar, onshore wind is a little bit more complicated, right? A little bit more land intensive, and it can be a little bit longer of a process, particularly in a newer market. So without a proactive involvement and plan from the companies, those resources are not going to develop on their own. We know that through conversations and surveys with onshore wind developers. I know other Southeast utilities, right? I believe Santee Cooper just filed their IRP earlier this week, and they're selecting onshore wind as well, right? Dominion is as well. So at some point, we gotta get started.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Ms. LaRoche, let me follow up on that. I don't mean to sound like a naysayer. All over Europe, when I've been to France or London, the windmills everywhere, and seems to be very successful there. And I've seen it out west too, here in our country. Is to pursue offshore winds or even onshore winds. Is there going to be a necessity of any sort of legislation, or does the existing law seem to cover what you need?
To my knowledge, there's no state or federal law needed to go pursue onshore wind development within the Carolinas. It's mostly going to be a county level permitting and an approval process. Most of the counties that we're dealing with, right, they haven't had a onshore wind project proposed to them previously, so a lot of them don't have an ordinance per se today. So we'll have to proactively work with counties to amend their code, right, to provide a process. That's not a deal breaker, though. That's certainly something that you can overcome through. So then I think the other large part, and you mentioned about the prominence of onshore wind in Europe and out west, is just a strong stakeholder engagement plan. We're being very methodical and prepared and as we execute, and that's why at this point we've mostly focused in on our engagement with counties and just key stakeholders before just jumping straight in and sending out mailers to landowners. There's going to be a level of education that goes in to do this right.
So that's what I was going to say. A lot of education's needed in order to sell what is really to a lot of people a novel idea.
Correct. Yep. One that they've only seen mostly elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you. Any further, Commissioner Caston?
Change your mind.
Well, wasn't my fault. Thinking about that, if it were, I guess, more practical, marketable, could be developed from a private point of view. For example, with large-scale solar or, private developers are doing that often and a lot because it makes economic sense to them. Would you agree?
I think economic sense and market dynamics, right? They're doing it in utility jurisdictions where it's part of the resource plan or it's part of the capacity markets. There's a viable business case. For the Carolinas, we traditionally haven't been there. And then our wind speeds are just a little bit lower than average wind speeds out west. So it hasn't been the prime focus hotbed for third-party developers. But that's not.
I can imagine the thrill of joy when you're going to put that right beside someone mama's house, that's a few 100 feet high. But, who knows? I guess my question is would it make sense to discuss with private developers and kind of let them I guess prove that it makes economic sense? Does Duke have to be the one to do that, or could, when it's viable, will private companies get into it and do it?
So our plan certainly is to create this nascent market in the Carolinas, and we need to be the prime mover to begin that. We have, through a stakeholder engagement process that began long last year, discussed the optics, challenges, and views of the Carolinas from these third-party onshore wind developers. And a lot of them said, a lot of them said, I don't have anything in my pipeline today, right? I'm not focusing on the Carolinas, but I'm interested in partnering with you, Duke, right? Because again, development of onshore wind is more complicated. It's gonna be more costly than solar. So they wanted to share in that. So we actually did conduct a competitive proposal process with onshore wind developers and service providers. So to help complement and supplement our development resources, we actually selected a development services provider to be essentially like an extension of our staff. We're very accomplished and seasoned for renewables development, solar plus storage, standalone storage, but less so on a regulated side for onshore wind. We do have several members that were part of our former commercial group that are part of the development team or ancillary staff support services on permitting and EHS, but we now have a development services provider, a third-party consultant. They do engineering, development, environmental work, as an extension of staff to help us with this development effort.
What does partnering mean to the folks that want to partner? Does that mean we're going to put 50% of all the cost, development cost, study, engineering, trying to get the property, all the stuff? Is that what partnering is, or is partnering something else?
Yeah, I'd classify it as something else. It's more of a consulting engagement, a services in exchange for fees type deal. So the arrangement that we have, it more looks like a consulting arrangement, time and materials, right, based on resources. More traditionally, the onshore wind developers wanted a success fee based arrangement. We ultimately did not go that route for a number of reasons, and went with this services provider, which more looks like a typical consulting services arrangement.
I'm not trying to put words in Mr. Callahan's mouth, but through the course of time, I know can't remember how he described it, but with modular small nuclear facilities, basically, Duke really wanted that to, grow, manifest itself into something useful and viable, but Duke didn't want to be the tip of the spear. He didn't use that terminology. He used something far cooler and much better and better sounding. But it sounds to me that Duke's willing to do this or planning to do this relative to wind, and is that a fair statement?
I think so, and here's I think the contrast and the rationale as to why. Onshore wind is a proven technology. It's deployed in increasing volumes across the United States. So I don't think we're worried. There needs to be no product development for it to be viable. Then the benefit that Duke brings to the table with us leading the development efforts is we're leveraging that long company history, that entrenched relationship and credibility with these communities. Right, we've got lots of infrastructure investments in these communities with those relationships established. So any newcomer that comes to the market isn't going to have any of that, which is why we kind of like the development services model. They're going to help bring some of the expertise on the onshore wind aspects. We're bringing the credibility with Duke. We're going to be the long-term asset owner, right? We should be at the table when we're talking to the counties, when we're talking to stakeholders, when we're talking to landowners. We're on the other end of this project, not somebody else.
Well, I don't think that, I can't speak for anyone on the commission, but I don't think anyone thinks that wind turbines, anything that turns, that can generate electricity. I don't think anyone thinks that that's not viable, or it doesn't work, or the technology's not there. I think the concern expressed, at least mine, is Duke still will be using customer money to pursue these things that may sound cool, but I can tell you firsthand from my experience, we pursued some things that we thought would be useful, maybe even a little cool, but in the end, it really didn't pan out. Just something to think about. I'm not sure how comfortable.
And I think my only added response is that I think onshore wind is a little bit more than something cool. There's over almost 150 gigawatts deployed today, with another 40 gigawatts planned in the next 3 years. It's a mature technology, just new to this region.
Go ahead.
To add on to that, Commissioner Caston, the reason why we need to be deploying solar and wind and storage resources, and why we're here talking about investing in incremental steps in these technologies, is because it's required to meet the unprecedented growth that we're experiencing in South Carolina, and we want to be able to reliably serve power for South Carolinians. And so with an all of the above strategy, wind is going to be a part of that mix. And Witness LaRoche has explained that the technology's been proven viable recently, right? And so I would just paint that picture for you as to why we're here defending that technology type and all renewables and storage.
So when you said required, are you saying that Duke can't meet their demands without having a wind generation?
I don't know that we can say that, but wind is part of the optimal portfolio for South Carolina and our customers to meet the increasing needs for reliable electric generation.
Yep, I would agree, right? It's a complementary resource to our other renewables, right? Particularly in solar, it's got a different operating profile from a time of day as well as a seasonal operational standpoint, and diversifies the amount of generation, or the types of generation we have on the system. It's yet another fuel hedge against fuel, right?
Final question. You talked about, I think there's like 150 megawatts in the U.S. Currently. Do you have any, I guess, cost information on that? Not just, the capital cost, how much it costs to put it in, which I'm assuming y'all have looked at that and you have all that. But as far as a unit cost per megawatt or per kilowatt or whatever, is it the least cost generation? I mean, did they put it in, working like a charm, didn't cost that much, and is producing electricity, and they're recovering their cost at a less rate, less cost than other generation options?
Well, I would think if that some part of that weren't true, we wouldn't see such a robust onshore wind market across the United States in these different regions, if it weren't both economic for the asset owner and for the local transmission operator or utility. As part of the integrated resource planning model development, there's two different data points that get factored into the cost assumptions for onshore wind, right? That dollar per kW installed cost and how that's forecast to grow over time. Mike Quinto can speak to that a little bit further as part of his testimony and rebuttal. So that comes from Guidehouse, as well as I believe it's Burns and McDonnell's provided specific forecast cost estimates of Southeast regional cost estimates.
So, Mr. Quinto or someone else would have information on the existing or the 150 megawatts that exist now, what the costs are, and that, yeah, it's the least cost resource, and it's affordable, and it's.
So I'll clarify, Mike Quinto is our internal modeling witness. I don't know if he's going to have data points for that 146 gigawatts that's operating today, per se. But as a part of the development of inputs for our IRP modeling, we're looking at as many of those data points on external assets as we can.
All right, I'm gonna quit, I promise you, but what I'm not understanding, do you know that, I think I heard you say something like, well, surely it would be that way, or, it wouldn't be developed. Well, I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, I think things are sometimes done that wasn't what we thought it would be, and ends up costing more than we thought it would. So what I'm trying to get to is, I'm assuming Duke has looked at these existing ones, the ones in the United States. I mean, there's got to be costs there. They've got to be, what their unit cost is now to generate, kilowatt or however they want to do it, megawatt. Do you have that information? Does anyone have that information, or are you looking at that information?
Yeah, I believe part of that information is publicly available through the EIA. And to my understanding, that's part of some of the data points that Guidehouse uses, one of the consultants we use to develop the cost assumptions that we rely on for our IRP.
And remember that there's a distinction between the capital cost to install a renewable energy asset like wind and the cost to operate it over time. And one of the benefits of renewables is for the capital costs that someone pays up front that we could certainly benchmark, across the industry, there's a very low cost of operating over time, right? And so all that energy that you get out of the back end is very valuable because it's fuel-free and low cost for customers.
Do you know that the O&M over time is the least cost to low cost? Because I truly don't. I mean, do you know that for a fact?
I would surmise because it's a fuel-free resource, yes.
Yeah, and then obviously there are operating costs, right? There's going to be personnel, right, to operate these facilities. We're making educated assumptions, right, as to develop the inputs for IRP.
The reason I said that, and not trying to paint you in a corner, but I drove through, matter of fact, Indiana a while back, and went through a huge wind farm. It's kind of cool. But rough estimate, I bet a third of them wasn't rotating. Don't know why. Don't know if they were broken. Don't know if they didn't need them. I don't know. And then I saw others. So my only point being, I don't know what that means. But I want us to be careful about speaking definitively if we don't have definitive information. That's all. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
Yep, I agree. And I've experienced a lot of that myself, seeing underperforming assets elsewhere. And perhaps that's one of the benefits of having the regulated utilities leading the charge for onshore wind and owning the assets, is we've got that additional oversight from yourselves.
Maybe. Or maybe let somebody else pay for it and see if they can figure it out first. But whatever. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Thomas.
Sorry.
Thank you. Just had a quick question. So, Mr. Rush, you mentioned that the way the company is looking at it now is more on a consulting basis. Is that correct?
No. So we've hired a development services provider that serves as an extension of our development staff to complement the internal development stakeholder engagement resources. So we're leveraging their knowledge, their resources, their capabilities in the execution of our plan. It's not 100% outsourced. We're very much leading it.
All right. But basically, you're paying fees to the people that are helping you. Is that correct?
Correct. They charge a fee. So again, it's like, I like to think of it, it's staff augmentation. we would either need to hire up, staff up for these resources to perform the work, or as a little more flexible, right? We can enter into a contract for somebody to help provide those services for us.
Okay. And then I think the other thing that you mentioned is that some of the manufacturers are making right-sized units for lower wind speeds. I believe I heard you say that.
Correct.
And I would assume that they are smaller than the ones that you see in the high wind areas, or am I wrong?
Not necessarily. Just because they're designed to operate in lower wind speeds does not necessarily mean they're a smaller nameplate capacity. We continue to see the ratings of turbines actually continue to grow. So we're assuming a 4.5 megawatt machine in the IRP analysis.
Okay. And I guess I'm trying to kind of just visualize the relationship between the blade size and the turbine size. Do you have any information on that? I mean, when the wind speeds are normally higher compared to what we see here, which way does that relationship go? Do you know?
Sure. So obviously, the higher you go, the typical correlation is a stronger wind speed. So we assume we're going to need to be in the north of 100 meters, 120 meter hub heights to achieve long-term economic wind speeds. That will be optimized on an individual site basis. You set up Met towers to study the resource right on your site, and then manufacturers offer their products in different hub heights. Some may offer it right in 103 meters, 121 meters. So it'll be somewhere in that range. The rotor diameter for the machine that we modeled here to develop the production profile is 163 meters. So we're looking at, 120-ish, 100 to 120 probably hub height, and then rotor diameters in the 163 meter range.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bells.
Thank you. Mr. LaRoche, please refresh my recollection. I think, are we talking, in the IRP, wasn't it somewhere around 1,200 megawatts for onshore wind and what was it, 3 or 4 tranches?
That is correct. Yep, 1,200 megawatts by January 1, 2033, and that's broken up into 3 different tranches. So 300 megawatts by 2031, and then followed by 2 years of 450 megawatts. That's the plan.
All right. Your responses to Commissioner Thomas, you said 120 meters? How tall are these things? I mean, give me a reference. These are like a radio tower size or a cell phone tower size? What are we? Give me a reference.
I didn't bring my phone to do my math conversion, right? But it'll be over 300, 350 feet as your hub height.
And that's the pivot point?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I know yours is correct. I just have to think of it. Like a pivot. So what is that, like a radio tower? An old TV? I mean, I'm trying to figure out a comparable that I can envision.
Yeah, I don't know the typical heights of cell towers. I just know from a relationship the distance on a football
field. Well, I know
field.
100 feet, 100 yards is a football field, and that seems like a pretty tall tower
Yep.
to me. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chair Powers. I don't want to stop you, but I do have questions.
Okay, let me just ask one, and this is for Ms. Meeks. In your, I guess it was your direct testimony when you talked about the Inflation Reduction Act and the application to the federal agencies and all that, and you were talking about battery storage. Are these same programs available for the wind type programs as well, or?
Well, let me start with what I know about the investment tax credit, which is applicable for batteries, and then maybe I'll let Witness LaRoche chime in. So the Inflation Reduction Act is a really exciting federal program that allows us to buy down the cost of energy infrastructure, and particularly clean energy infrastructure, for our customers. And so, for example, a battery energy storage system that's installed here would be installed and applicable for a 30 to 50% credit from the federal government. In fact, we're citing in many locations where we're able to capture a ITC bonus adder for being at a retiring coal facility that would allow us to capture 40% credit back. That's really appealing for our customers. In addition to that, we're pursuing a federal program for grant money for investment in new and clean energy technologies, and that's through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So we're really taking advantage of all the federal incentives out there. It's going to be a great way for us to buy down the cost for customers over time, and we're looking at how to maximize that. Now, investment tax credit is applicable to batteries. There's something called the production tax credit that's within this federal incentive program that I'm not an expert on, but luckily he is.
Okay. Well, that adds to what you're talking about. Are you able to project the customer benefit? I mean, this money comes into the company both for research, development, and actual creation of the storage facility for batteries and all. Is there any number put to that, or you don't know?
So how it works in terms of the mechanisms, and it could evolve over time, right? This is a nascent program, is it directly flows back to customers, right? And so what we've seen for recent storage projects is about a year after we install the battery, we're able to sell those investment tax credits on a market for folks that have appetite for buying the investment tax credits. All that cash comes back and flows directly to customers. And let's say we have made an investment for a $100 million project. We get roughly 35% back if we're siting at that same retiring coal facility, because we got the 40% ITC, but there's some costs to doing a transaction for selling those ITCs. So that means $35 million goes directly back to customers within a year of installing that battery system. That's rough math.
Okay. And do the customers get individual tax credits when they invest in the batteries?
I'm not certain. I know that there's plenty of incentives from the federal government for investment in EVs and battery systems, but in terms of the numbers, I don't know. My expertise is in the larger grid-tied bulk battery systems.
Okay.
And then from an onshore wind perspective, yes, similar tax credits are available for onshore wind underneath the IRA, primarily in the form of that production tax credit. So it's a tax credit you earn for every megawatt hour that's produced for the first 10 years of your operating life. And likewise, they're used to flow back to customers, reduce the utility revenue requirements. The IRP modeling assumes the PTC.
What is the operating life?
I was trying to look that up before. It's not as long as a solar facility. I believe it's closer to the 25-year mark.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair Powers. We were flying, and now we're absorbing. So thank you for your patience in answering all of our questions. I'm going to start with onshore wind, and start a big picture. In the United States, where we have large developments of onshore wind, generally, who owns those farms?
I think it's a balance. It's a mix of third-party independent power producers and then utilities as well. I don't have exact percentages of that makeup, but okay. I think that varies based on the market, right? The dynamics of the market.
I remember initially, individuals putting up wind turbines. Is there a lot less of that?
Yes, I think of the 146 today, it's mostly large scale, right? 100 megawatts and above. You get your best economies of scales, right?
Where do you expect them in North Carolina and South Carolina? Are there? I know more about offshore and where shallow waters and amount of wind? What, I'm thinking that you know something similar in terms of geography, land cost, amount of land. What are you anticipating?
Yeah, so to help address that exact question and what is the siting feasibility, we conducted a comprehensive siting feasibility across both states to identify potential suitable sites that could host at least 50 megawatts. And so that took into factor access and distance to transmission lines, wind speeds, looking at various data sets, and depending on what data set you're looking at, you'll see two different numbers, which then goes back to why we need to get out to put at Met Tower and collect on-site data. Looking at military operation zones, right? Very big industry for both states. Looking at environmental sensitive habitats, airports, airspace, right? All of those exclusion zones that you're going to avoid. There's probably at least one page worth of criteria, right, that you're going to avoid or set back to. But we identified over almost 240 potential sites across both states. And then that's kind of the outside of the bullseye. And then through filters and layers, right, we're pulling that closer and closer in. And at the end of the day, yes, we believe that we've identified a reasonable number of potential sites. And that's how we actually developed both the annual limits of how much could get done, right? Is there siting feasibility, as well as the cumulative caps, right? Because it looks different right now for DEC versus DEP, what's the potential within each service territory. We didn't want to let the model select, right, 5 gigawatts if we say there's only 2.5 gigawatts worth of potential based on, right, siting study. And obviously we don't assume every single identified site is going to be ultimately viable and we can get site control and get it permitted, or the interconnection studies are going to be cost effective, right?
With the caps, do you have to plan as if you're not merged, or is there another factor that makes you look at those caps by deck and depth?
So yes, we're still planning, right, pre-merged individually. So looking at sites within each service territory. And then we'll also note that of the 1.2 gigawatts, that's all selected in DEP's service territory in the short term. We start seeing DEC select onshore wind a little bit later on in the mid 2030s.
And is there a general reason why?
I think it's largely matching load with the need. And then we generally assume that the geography within the DEC planning service territory is slightly lower wind speeds. So that production, that net capacity factor is a bit lower in DEC than DEP. So it's going to be a slightly more expensive resource compared to DEP, which is why we saw the model selected more in DEP in the short term compared to DEC.
And, when I think about North Carolina and South Carolina and the geographical differences, are there impacts to the two states? I'm thinking there's coastal, there's Piedmont, and then there are mountains, and so is what you're saying happening equally, DEC, DEP, South Carolina, North Carolina, or is there something about one state that makes it more compatible?
No, looking at the results of the siting study that we conducted, we actually identified a reasonable balance between North Carolina sites and South Carolina sites, DEC and DEP. They're all clumped into one geographic area. And again, there's a lot of variabilities that go into, right, what makes a suitable site, from is it buildable, what are the wetlands, access to our transmission lines, which is why we ended up, I think, seeing a diversity in the locations.
Okay. Thinking about some of the questions that I think Commissioner Williams asked you about the risk, talk to us some about the whole check and adjust and how that works, especially in the near term. What will you learn? How would you say, we needed to invest in it and it was worth it, but for whatever reason it's not going to work out, or it is going to work out? Just, I don't know how to ask that question, but we've heard a lot about check and adjust, but what does that mean for onshore wind?
Yeah, and we laid out a development timeline and schedule as
Right.
part of my testimonies, and there's going to be key milestones, I think, along that timeline. The first one being getting projects in the interconnection queue to maintain those schedules. So, are we able to secure site control on individual sites and then put them in the interconnection queue in 2025 and 2026? So if we're unable to achieve those volumes, at least in the interconnection queue, then that's certainly going to be a direct correlation in the ability to execute, right, in the 2030s timeframe. And then, so I think that's an early stage one. Looking at the size of that pipeline, we certainly recognize that not every single project that goes into the queue is going to be cost effective, right? Are we able to get it permitted from the local county? Are the transmission results going to be supportive and at a supportive timeline as well? So through those factors, I think we'll adjust the timing, the pace, and the overall volumes of onshore wind in subsequent IRPs.
Is there any need with onshore wind to have partners, like other utilities, other state-owned utilities, or is it more compatible with individually owned utility companies?
No, I think there certainly is a strong and diverse interest in onshore wind, particularly as some of these other utilities are looking at it as well. So I think we want to leverage the experience, the knowledge base, the stakeholder engagement plans, best practices, and I think it's all boats will rise together.
But is there a need to co-own?
Oh, to co-own individual resources.
New question.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of challenges, right, with co-ownership, but particularly I think as we've seen these renewable resources, our focus is developing resources that tie into our grid as our primary strategy that we then own and operate.
I heard that as a no. Not an interest, not a need to co-own.
I think as I see it, although that's likely outside of my purview, and I would certainly welcome witness Shirley Smith's or Heather Smith's comment on that question.
Okay. There was this. I think of levelized cost of energy. If I had a Bible for decision making, I would look a lot at that for, or I would think that I would look a lot at that for onshore wind and for other emerging ideas. Is that data that you all have that we'll see at some point, or is it data that you look at in determining, whether this really is least cost?
I don't think the model would have selected it if it weren't competitive and part of a least cost portfolio. Balancing, and I'm not an IRP modeler by any means, but balancing the variety of outcomes in the IRP planning process to meet load, to balance reliability, reserve margins, technology that's actually executable within the time frame. I certainly would welcome, perhaps the IRP modeling witnesses, Quinto and Glenn, to speak to on how it stacks up from a levelized cost of energy standpoint.
Okay. Were there inputs in the model limiting how much onshore wind could be considered each year? Were there maximums?
Yes. Every year had an availability resource in megawatts.
Right.
So 2031 was the first year we said that onshore wind could be developed and available for the model to select and at a volume. So the first year was limited to 300 megawatts. And then in 2032 and beyond, it's at 450 megawatts. So that's a generic DEC and combined DEP annual limit. And then each system has its own cumulative cap. So DEC we capped at 600 megawatts, and then DEP is closer to, I've got it written down, is 1650 megawatts.
And those were the 2031 was determined based on the company's sense of what was feasible the first year that it was feasible to produce.
Yep, and that's largely influenced by that development and execution timeline. Looking at when can we get in the queue, what's going to take to do environmental studies on site, get it permitted from the county, state, actually do construction. We felt like 2031 was the most reasonable time frame.
Okay, Ms. Meeks, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
As you talk about battery storage, is there potential for, you talked about it in terms of large batteries, solar. You had a more eloquent mega or anyway, large battery storage, grid size. Is battery storage something that we will begin to see in PPAs or through CPRE processes?
Well, yes, and we can both elaborate on that. So we'll distinguish standalone storage, which today the utility will develop and own and operate long term. There are strategic reasons why we would do that. First, because we're in the best place to site that to maximize the value and lower the cost. We'll distinguish that from storage that will be paired with solar.
Right.
And today, that is procured through an RFP process, and there is a split in ownership where the utility will own and operate a portion, and then third parties, independent power producers, will operate another portion and serve utility needs via the PPA.
So yes, so this is actually began within our 2023 CPRE. 2022 was solar only. And then 2023 began solar and SPS. So we procured 1,412 megawatts of solar in the 2023 RFP. And of that, there's 253 megawatts of paired storage. And that's a blend of, third-party PPA controlled projects where we still have the dispatch rights for those batteries, and then utility owned. So I believe, right, Laurel, it's 1.4 gigawatts of standalone storage in the near term action plan, and then it's 1.2 gigawatts of paired storage for solar.
Okay. And I think for standalone storage, I think you just suggested that transmission would be a key decision-making factor in terms of location. Is that true?
I agree with that. And we can think about siting with transmission in mind in a couple of different ways. First of all, we can site standalone storage where we already own transmission infrastructure. Because it is not land intensive, we may have acreage at existing substations or plant lands where we can tie in and have a low cost to interconnect, which is great for customers. We can also think about siting standalone storage in terms of supporting the transmission system for operations so that we site where operators need something to be very flexible and aid in their dispatch, right? And storage can also be a cost-effective way to defer new transmission investment in addition to helping our transmission operators. For example, we site or we find a need for a new transmission line, and there's a analysis done that says a battery could potentially be a more cost-effective solution for doing that same grid need than the new transmission line. We're looking at that. Haven't found opportunities to date. I'm not the expert there, but we do look at that, and that's how I think about transmission and storage together.
Thank you to you both. It's hard to know where to ask and where not to ask, and it's just such a great opportunity to learn, but I appreciate all of it. Thank you.
Any further commissioner questions? Mr. Marco, do you have any redirect?
This is Miss Athens, but no redirect for these witnesses. So I would ask that they be excused, please.
They may be excused. Thank you both very much for your testimony. It's very helpful.
Chair Powers, do you think we have time for one more panel?
That'd be great.
All right, let's do it. The companies would call to the stand Mr. Dan Donashad, John Verderami, and Lee Mitchell.
Mr. Donashad, I'll start with you. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Get this mic to work? Yes, I do.
Thank you. And let's see. Mr. Verderami, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. And Mr. Mitchell, do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Donashad, would you please state your full name for the record?
Daniel Donashad?
Are you the same Daniel Donashad who testified before the commission earlier today?
Yes.
Did you prepare a cause to be prepared 14 pages of pre-filed rebuttal testimony that were submitted to the commission?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions that were in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Donashad's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Donashad will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Donashad, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Would you please share that with the commission at this time?
Yes. In my rebuttal testimony, I explained that the companies will still need new natural gas generation, even considering the compliance requirements of the EPA's final rule under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act. Whether the final rule remains in effect or if the final rule is stayed or vacated, the new combined cycles 1 through 5 proposed in the near-term action plan continue to be necessary to provide valuable system support and needed flexible generation to the company's customers via increased dispatchable energy. They are also necessary to help the companies meet new load growth and load ramps associated with the growing amount of renewables on the system while allowing for the retirement of our aging coal fleet. In response to witness Maria Rompani's concerns about execution challenges, I highlight the significant strides in the near-term action plan that the companies have already undertaken to execute on adding new combined cycles and combustion turbines to the system. I also address ORS's contention that Portfolio P0 merits consideration and explain the significant execution challenges associated with the new natural gas generation selected in that portfolio. Additionally, I rebut witness Rapani's concerns that the company's costs to construct gas and comply with the final rule are understated. Finally, I explain why ORS's recommendation for an all-source RFP does not make sense, given that the companies are already procuring all sources of energy that are foreseeably available. Imposing this requirement would introduce significant time, expense, and regulatory complexity with likely no gain over the current procurement methodology. Further, it is more likely to result in increased cost to customers as both the market demand and the lead times for new gas assets and related equipment continue to grow. This concludes my rebuttal testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Donashad. Mr. Mitchell, will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Lee Mitchell.
Will you make sure that microphone's on, Mr. Mitchell? Thank you, sir.
My name is Lee Mitchell.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Duke Energy Corporation as the Director of Fuel Strategy and Planning.
Did you prepare a cause to be prepared 19 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Powers, at this time I move that Mr. Mitchell's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Mitchell will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mitchell, have you prepared a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I have.
Would you please share that with the commission at this time?
Yes, sir. In my rebuttal testimony, I provide the Commission a detailed overview of the company's strategy and executable plan for obtaining additional interstate firm transportation natural gas pipeline capacity into the Carolinas to reliably and economically support the gas generation facilities proposed in the company's near-term action plan. In response to ORS, I explained that the companies have access to only a finite volume of natural gas supply, given limited interstate natural gas capacity, which is why the companies currently would be unable to reliably support the amount of natural gas required for portfolio P0. The companies currently have sufficient interstate natural gas firm transportation capacity under contract to ensure reliable operations of the current CC fleet, as well as the first 3 CCs included in the NTAP. The companies also have executable pathways for obtaining incremental system fuel security to support the 4th and 5th CCs in the NTAP. I am skeptical, however, of adding the additional gas resources called for in portfolio P0 at this time. The company's current natural gas assumptions are reasonable, and it is appropriate to place reasonable limits on fuel supply availability. On the other hand, allowing an unlimited amount of new natural gas generation to be selected without the appropriate incremental fuel security measures could create both increased customer price volatility and reliability risk. In response to witness from Pawnee, I explained the company's strategy for ensuring reliable fuel supply for the natural gas fleet, especially during extreme weather events. The company's historical performance demonstrates that witness Rapani's concerns about the impact of extreme winter events on natural gas fuel supply and generation are misplaced. This concludes my rebuttal testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Verderame, will you please state your full name for the record?
John Anthony Verderame.
Are you the same John A. Verderame who testified before the commission earlier this morning?
I am.
Did you prepare a cause to be prepared 7 pages of rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed with the commission in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions, would your answers be the same?
I would. They would.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Verderame's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the records if given orally from the stand.
The pre-filed rebuttal testimony of Mr. Verderame will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Verderame, did you prepare a summary of your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Would you please share that with the commission at this time?
Of course. In my rebuttal testimony, I explained that the recommendations of the Office of Regulatory Staff and other interveners failed to strike the appropriate balance for retiring the company's coal units while maintaining reliability. In response to ORS witness Hyatt, I explained that ORS's recommendations ignore reliability and cost risks that continuing to operate the company's coal fleet beyond 2036 would pose to South Carolina customers. Further, while witness Rupani correctly points out the stressors on the company's existing coal portfolio, her recommendation fails to acknowledge that it's incumbent upon the companies to strike an appropriate balance between the retirement of over 8,000 megawatts of legacy coal generation and the replacement or repurposing of that generation while continuing to reliably serve customers. The company's recommended portfolio P3 fall base is designed to meet load growth while prudently managing operating reliability and cost risk during a disciplined, gradual exit from our legacy coal fleet through 2035. During that time, we will be replacing those coal units or otherwise repurposing sites where feasible. Although published coal market prices have recently declined, the impacts of rising production costs on individual mining operations continues to result in higher coal contract prices than market publications imply. The underpinning of companies' recommended portfolio P3 fall base and the near-term action plan is the changing competitiveness of coal in the resource stack and how that impacts the dispatch of coal units. Coal units were designed to run as baseload resources, not as peakers, and cannot slot into this needed operational space. These operating conditions, particularly for aging plants, impair the ability of the companies to maintain the reliability of the units, ensure adequate staffing, and maintain a reliable coal supply chain to ensure adequate on-site inventories capable of meeting incremental demand. That said, the company's near-term action plan is an executable plan for replacing less efficient legacy generation with highly efficient dispatchable generation designed to reliably serve South Carolina's customers while appropriately balancing the planning objectives of cost, reliability, commodity price risk, and diversity of generation supply. This concludes my rebuttal testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Verderame. Mr. Chairman, the panel is available for questions from council and commission.
Thank you, Mr. Trewick. Any cross exams Sierra Club?
No questions, thank you.
CCL, SACE, Upstate. Ms. Mixon?
Thank you, Chair Powers. And my questions will be very brief and directed to you, Mr. Donshot, and to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Donshot, in your rebuttal testimony, you testify about your concerns with the amount of gas that is included in P0. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that includes concerns around the siting and the timing for being able to actually build the number of CTs that are included in that plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Mitchell, you also testified to fuel supply concerns regarding P0. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, and maybe I'll direct it first to you, Mr. Mitchell. You would agree that there are risks if the company overbuilds gas assets.
No, I would not coin it that way. I think the way I pose it in my testimony is we're very deliberate with new gas assets that we build. We want to ensure we have the appropriate fuel security measures in place. And I believe what my testimony says, and we can refer it if necessary, is at this time, we don't think it's appropriate to assume all the fuel security infrastructure can be placed for the gas resources required in P0.
Right. And that's because with the number of gas assets in P0, you believe there are execution risks to being able to accomplish that. Is that correct?
Yes, we do not think it is appropriate to assume that you can execute on all the gas infrastructure required to have reliable supply in P0 at this time.
Thank you. And Mr. Donishad, there would also be, again, kind of citing execution risks associated with, again, overbuilding gas in.
Right. I mean,
the company's
my biggest
portfolio.
concern with P0 is that just looking at the beginning of it, they have 5 combustion turbines shown for coming in service in 29, right? Beginning of year 29. We have 2, those are the Marshall ones that you heard about earlier today, that have already been in flight for a couple of years. I can't make 5 happen. Just that's not possible. So that's how it starts off. But within the IRP window, P0's got 13 CTs, and outside the 15-year window, it has 15 more CTs for a total of 28. So it is very heavy on gas. You know, our plan is aggressive but achievable with 8.9 gigawatts of gas between 29 and 33, which is 5 CCs and 5 CTs. But the P0 is almost 14 gigawatts in the 15-year window, and if you go all the way out to 2050, it's like 20 gigawatts. So it's very substantial, very heavy on the gas.
And you would not disagree, would you, that some of those same challenges associated with P0 are still challenges in the portfolio that the company has put forward? As you just stated, it's still an aggressive build out.
Yeah, I mean, there's challenges to build anything. So gas has its own challenges. We feel that our plan is achievable, and yes, but it does face challenges like all new generation faces challenges.
Mr. Mitchell, switching gears just a little bit, your rebuttal states that fuel supply for the company's gas generation performed well during recent weather events, including Winter Storm Elliott. Is that correct?
Yes, the gas supply performed well during Winter Storm Elliott.
And you say that less than 0.3% of total gas tripped offline, but that was specifically due to low natural gas pressure, correct?
That is correct. That was the gas supply reliability during the winter storm load shed event.
And you wouldn't dispute, would you, that much more than 14 megawatts of the company's gas units went offline due to weather-related outages during Winter Storm Elliott?
I'm testifying here on gas supply, and I would say, yes, there were other derates during gas supply, but Commission, that was relative 1 or 2%. So still maintained a 97, 98, 99% deliverability throughout the winter storm event.
But again, that's specifically due to gas supply issues. There were other outages that were due to other issues other than gas supply, correct?
That is correct, but I'm here testifying on gas supply.
And so you wouldn't dispute that Duke's existing gas units have not performed with perfect availability or perfect capacity? Is that correct?
Yes, I don't think 100% performance was, is the expectation either that's modeled.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mixon. Carolina's Clean Energy, Mr. Burns, any questions?
No questions from us for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Walmart,
No questions, thank you.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's getting long in the day. I'm getting weak. Mr. Donishaw, I believe you testified against the ORS recommendation for conducting an all-source RFP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you tell me the reason or reasons why that's not appropriate?
Sure. If we think about the rationale probably behind wanting to do one would be to try and lower costs to customers. And, we are already procuring all sources of energy. You heard about the CPRE, so we've got the solar and solar plus storage procurement. And then when you think about the gas, which I'm the witness for, our project management construction group go out for bids. They bid the critical equipment, they bid the engineer, procure, and construction. So things like transformers, they go out for HRSGs, the steam turbines. All these are going out and competitively bid. Also, doing an all-source RFP, look at the timing. It's going to take 2 years to come up with criteria, weightings, process. Then you get all that framed up. You got to go out to market, issue it. You got to get bids back, validate the bids. Then you got to look at screening and scoring, and which ones look like they're good, and then you go contact those folks and. Are they still available? And then you got to make awards. So it takes a long time to do one. And I'd say also from the standpoint of gas, in the 2023 DICES, there were no other gas assets except for Duke's. So there was nothing out there. There was nothing there. So I'd say, what are you trying to achieve? If you're trying to achieve low cost and execute, we're on the current path to do that.
Are you familiar with North Carolina House Bill 951 at all?
I am.
Were you in the hearing room yesterday at the beginning of the hearing?
I was not. I was watching online.
So I won't belabor the point because the commission has already seen the highlighted text, but I don't believe we've focused on the underlined text in subsection 2. And I just wanted to read that to you and see if that maybe had any impact on your opinion. The carbon plant statute requires, and please follow along, any new generation facilities or other resources selected by the Commission in order to achieve the authorized reduction goals for electric public utilities shall be owned and recovered on a cost of service basis by the applicable electric public utility, except that, we'll get to the exception here in just a second. Would you agree that the applicable electric public utility is Duke Energy?
Yes.
So we have two exceptions. 1A, existing law shall apply with respect to energy efficiency measures and demand side management. Not sure we're really concerned with that here. B, to the extent new solar generation is selected by the Commission in adherence with least cost requirements, the solar generation selected shall be subject to the following: 45% of the total megawatts alternating current of any solar energy facilities established pursuant to this section shall be supplied through the execution of power purchase agreements with third parties, pursuant to which the electric public utility purchases solar energy capacity and environmental and renewable attributes from solar energy facilities owned and operated by third parties that are 80 megawatts AC or less, that commit to allow the procuring electric public utility rights to dispatch, which I think we've heard about earlier, operate and control the solicited solar energy facilities in the same manner as the utility's own generation resources. Did I read that correctly?
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to give council leeway here, but to the extent he's testifying and reading HB 951 into the record, I'd object on relevance grounds, and also to the extent he's calling for a legal opinion from Mr. Donashad, which was the basis of ORS's objection yesterday.
Well, this is cross-examination. I'm going to allow it.
I'll make it very simple because the exception doesn't apply here. Let's go back to the original text. You would agree that under the Carbon Plan statute, Duke Energy must own all of the generation assets that in order to comply with the Carbon Plan.
Yeah, with the exception of the.
With the exception of solar,
Yeah,
right?
45% solar and solar plus storage.
So
Yeah.
might that have anything to do with your reticence about an all-source RFP?
No, not really. I think that, if we're looking at what we're trying to do, I mean, I'm trying to develop gas projects to meet the IRP needs. And, those first two projects that we're doing, Roxborough, right, we're going to retire coal. We're going to use generator replacement request, tie into that transmission. Marshall, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to retire 2 coal units with the 2 CTs, use that transmission. No one else can do that, right? That's a unique benefit to us and to the customers using that transmission that was built around that asset in that location, right? Go back to the statement I just made about the DICES in 2023. Were there other, third-party gas in there, in DICES? No, there were not. There weren't any. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to put forward good projects that are executable and meet the intent of the IRP in order to lower costs for customers and keep reliability.
Thank you, Mr. Donshaw. So if the companies filed reply comments of Duke Energy Carolinas LLC and Duke Energy Progress LLC on June 15th, 2023, in docket number E100 sub 191 before the North Carolina Commission and stated as follows: an all-source procurement that does not consider ownership would conflict with North Carolina General Statute section 62110.9 sub 2, which is what we're looking at, though this is the original act, which provides that, quote, any new generation facilities or other resources selected by the Commission shall be owned and recovered on a cost of service basis by the utility.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew my objection and also say lack of foundation, lack of personal knowledge on behalf of Mr. Donashad. There's no evidence at all that he contributed to the reports filed in a North Carolina docket or in South Carolina.
And Mr. Chairman, he can say he doesn't know.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Problem solved. Is that all? Yes, sir. All right. Any commissioner questions? Commissioner Caston.
I'm tired. So I'm going to actually talk fast, answer fast. Let's go home real soon.
Sounds good.
I don't know if this is you, Mr. Donachad, or whoever. Just feel free to answer. Are all the other states that Duke Energy serves retiring coal plants early or on an expedited basis?
So I'll start. I mean, we have plans for coal retirements throughout our fleet, and they are generally consistent and kind of work together. So everyone is different, but we are doing a similar thing in Indiana where we're going to retire our 2 units at our Cayuga station and replace with natural gas. In Florida, we have 2 coal units left down in Florida, and so we're kind of working on what that transition path is there. And then Kentucky is just a single coal unit. So yeah, we're working through every jurisdiction.
I understand that, but is every state that Duke Energy serves looking at expedited retirement or retiring them early as proposed in this particular RFP?
So maybe I'll add, Commissioner Keston. So I think we're seeing the same risks to coal units and their viability and competitiveness in all the jurisdictions. Those are driving the retirements. I don't know that they're early retirements. I think these units have served their purpose. They are aging. They are aged, and particularly we see this in the Indiana and Kentucky, where the units need to compete on a dollar for dollar basis with other types of generation. We see the capacity factors falling and the usefulness to customers dropping at a rate, that I've testified before this commission before around the risks that we see in the coal market around supply, the suppliers, volatility, but I think particularly we're starting to see this competitiveness be one of the more acute drivers of the driving retirement schedules.
I understand all that, and I won't ask again, but I've not actually heard anyone say, yes, all the other states are retiring, we're retiring at the exact same time with 2030, 2026, 2027, or actually they're a little longer, they're a little further down the road. Do you know the answer to that question?
I mean, I will say, we're trying to be out of coal by 2035. That's a company target, right? And in Carolinas, the coal dates are optimized. So that's back to Wintus Quinto, who'll be back again. They did analysis to optimize what the right dates are, and that's what you're seeing in the IRP.
Relative to fuel, coal, or whatever, can the company increase its minimum fuel on site?
So yes, of course, we could carry more fuel on site, but I don't think you could possibly, Commissioner, I'm not sure what the driver, why we would do that. I'm sorry, before I answer the question. What are we trying to achieve?
Well, I'm not in the coal business, not in the coal generation business, any of it, so I'm not going to act like I know what's good. But, I've heard talk about the challenges getting coal and getting it shipped. I don't know how much you can store.
Right. So
does it make sense to say, hey, while we can get it, let's get it and pile it a mile high? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. So I follow your question now. Yeah, the rateability issue is certainly one of the drivers and one of the stressors on the coal supply chain. But to answer your question directly, there is only so much coal we can manage, we could store and manage, and it would not be enough to supply, for maybe we could do that for 1 year. The problem is once the coal producers are no longer delivering coal and the trains are no longer transporting the coal, those resources go away. They either close the mines or they shut down the operation. They need to be continuous. So it doesn't really solve much of a problem to store an inordinate amount of coal.
Okay, and I know you can't compress it as you can gas, liquefied. But there are those possibilities and opportunities also, even with gas, is it not? I mean, if there are transmission issues.
So with gas, yes, it can be compressed into a liquid form, and that is one of our potential solutions for future generation is to look at LNG as part of on-site fuel storage.
And I'm looking at the supplemental analysis. I'm on page 37, looking at figure SPA 32 incremental resource additions 2030, 2033, 35, 38. And I think I heard you, Mr. Mitchell, say, you know, we couldn't build them all now, it doesn't make sense, it's not practical. Yeah, I don't know. But when I look at this and look at what was proposed, you know, see, rightly or wrongly, you know, where you're reducing coal in this, even though if it was extended a little longer, which I've heard nothing to say that it really couldn't, that would alleviate Pierce quite a lot. And in 2033, you're talking about 1.2 gigawatts of outdoor or onshore, I guess it's all outdoor, onshore wind, and 0.8 gigawatts offshore wind. And you were talking about, you know, assuming, you know, in an IRP, you just didn't feel comfortable assuming that you would have all this gas. But is it more practical or sensible to assume that you're going to have, I guess in 2035, SMRs, in 2030, you're going to have onshore and offshore wind? I guess what I'm trying to get to is, I'm not going to tell you how to run your utility. I don't know. Y'all in the water business, I'd help you all you could. But that said, and, you know, there are multiple ways to skin a cat. And it seems like you have options to skin cats. You've chosen this. Not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. But there are other options, aren't there?
There are always options, and I think as these, as the plan develops, we will check and adjust. We've heard that several times today. We also have heard replace, you know, before retire. So I think the whole plan is fluid. That's why we bring it back every year. But I do think, and I can't say I have the prescience to say 2035 is the year that we won't be able to buy coal anymore. What I can say is that the signposts that we see increase, and they're increasing even faster, you know, than the last time I testified. Put reliability and cost at risk, increasingly at risk to customers. That's the.
But if I've got it and it's working, and I've got some bell wire, duct tape, or whatever I need for a little while, hypothetical question, probably. Is there less risk trying to do that than to acquire or develop a technology that admittedly exists in the U.S., but it seems like you're rolling the dice as much here as you are over here to me, but that's me. Let's move on. And I think Mr. Torrey asked about all source, and there seemed to be consternation with that, and I got to be honest. And I might just not be following it all. I heard the response, but I might not be following it all. To me, you know, all source, doesn't matter what it is. If it were legal, if it met all the regulations, and it was efficient, least cost, whatever, and it was wood-burning stove that had coals around it. All things equal, all things compared, why is that an issue? Why is Duke opposed to that?
I think one thing that to keep in mind, if you're trying to think about all source RFP, you're gonna get a bunch of bids in, and it's gonna like redo your portfolio. Like you're gonna choose a whole different thing than what was modeled. That's not how it works. Like that's what the IRP modeling did. It optimized, right? All those resources that we talked about They're all in there with generic unit prices. And then the model knows what their performance characteristics are, it knows what the install cost is, the operating cost. It optimizes that for the lowest total cost. So it's already done, right? So I don't need, if, you know, let's say we did an all-source RFP and, you know, we're not going to have solar and solar plus storage. It's not going to take the place of the dispatchable gas assets that we're trying to build, because they're not the same. They don't operate the same. That's why the model's already picked those out. It knows that solar is 25% capacity factor. It knows that, you know, you can put a battery with it, and that's what this does, and knows what Bad Creek is, and the nuclears. But, you know, so everything's got its place. So the all-source RP is not going to solve that. Like, so what you're trying to, you know, what you're trying to gain, I think you're trying to lower costs. But again, you know, we're not in a RTO. There's not a bunch of merchants out there. Now, obviously, there's a market for solar and solar plus storage, and that's being, you know, captured in the CPRE. So that's why we're opposed to it. And then it's going to take time. It's going to take time to do one, and we don't have time, right? We are executing on a very very quick schedule here. So that's why.
I've heard that. You don't have time scoring, screening, and all these other things. And to me, as far as the all source, I think I understand that, in that all source doesn't mean throw everything in a pot and whatever's the, you know, cheapest or whatever comes out. But all source could be, okay, we're going to need X amount of dispatchable, whatever that is, and what are those options? And we're going to need X amount where it doesn't have to be dispatchable. And maybe that's what you're doing, maybe it's not. But I'm really struggling with the time factor that the all source just throws everything in a quandary because of the time factor, which I can't see anything down here or anything you've said that doesn't require a time factor. Matter of fact, some of them seem to me to have an astronomical time because it's totally unknown. So kind of clear it up for me. What am I missing there?
Well, I mean, if we were going to do something like now, like if we're going to start it, I mean, we think it would take, Commissioner Kastner, it could take about 2 years to do one, from creating, you know, starting right now, we're going to start tomorrow, create one, make the process, do the process, make awards. You're talking like 2 years, right? Who else is going to bid in on a gas project? There's nobody there. So what have we done? We've taken 2 years out of the gas schedule, and now he's, okay, Duke, now you can do it. Now we can start executing. Well, I just lost 2 years. I can't get that back. So we're getting solar and solar plus storage. We've got standalone. You've heard about onshore wind, you know, and then Stephen Capps will talk about nuclear. So we're doing, you know, all of the above and executing on those. And we are getting competitive bids, you know, on each of these assets in different manners.
Based on what's been defined or called out in the RFP, or what? I mean, what are, you need X amount of generation. I assume you've decided whether you need dispatchable, base, or whatever. Is that?
So the IRP, you know, models that. That's what the model does. It comes up with, you know, it knows the performance characteristics of all the different types of generation, and so it's gonna pick and optimize the mix. And so that's been done, right? That's what P3 is.
I actually understand that, but are you saying you're selecting, and time is such an essence? That Duke has already made their selections. We already know what we're going to do, and we don't need to do anything else. We don't need to compare this one to this one. We can just pull it right off the shelf, right out of this IRP.
I mean, Commissioner C. Williams earlier asked, made a good comment about trying to find that balance between execution and planning, right? And so we are in that. We are executing, and we are planning at the same time. So, for example, our early gas plants, the Roxborough CC and Marshall CTs, we've had our CPCN hearings, right? I mean, we're not changing that. We're getting ready to file CC2 at the end of this month on a pre-CPCN. We're looking at CC3 here in South Carolina, filing sometime around mid next year. So we are moving forward, advancing, and time is of the essence. I mean, we have to keep the system reliable. Reliability is number one. These assets are the ones that are going to do it and allow us to retire coal at the same time.
So, Commissioner, if I can add just one thing on that, I think to help maybe with the timing is important because as Witness Darshad said, the sequencing, right, of the units is done by the sequence of the build is accomplished through the model with the goal of retiring the coal when we feel the coal will no longer fit the operational profile of what's needed for the system. So if you change that by extending the coal units, because you can't retire the coal, because you didn't start building the other stuff, all the optimization falls apart. So that's why I think that the timing of waiting 2 years is relevant.
I understand that. But regardless, do you agree that with any model, IRP included, that the inputs matter? They dictate everything. They dictate the outcome.
Agree.
Assumptions matter, yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you some more questions, but I'm done. I mean, don't ask me anything. I'm done. I'm ready to go.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Belser.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Verderami, I appreciate your comment because I wanted to ask you, it was a sentence I had started in your direct testimony. It's on page 10, line 8. And it speaks to what I think you were just talking about having clarity regarding plant retirement dates, supports an orderly transmission with prudent plant investment decisions, while also providing plant employees with a level of certainty on the path going forward. Now, I'm not trying to take that sentence out of context because I realize it's at the end of a paragraph, but can you just expand on that for me, keeping in mind, y'all keep saying replace before retire and reliability, and I just want to understand the context of that statement, if you would.
So the context, thank you, Commissioner Belzer. I think the context there is, while we care about our employees, right, and we care about giving them clarity of the best clarity we can to the retirement dates, it's really about a resources of those units, or the resources to maintain those units, whether it's the control room operators or what have you. So it's just a finer point that the labor force is part of the devolving component of maintaining the coal units. And so to the extent that we can give clarity to employees, what we're seeing is actually employees are lining up their retirement. A good portion of them are lining up their retirement with the retirement of the station. And so it's really, but even with that, all of these efforts, we still find ourselves in a position where we're needing to outsource control room operators or other skilled labor to bring in retired folks and pay them to help operate the units, because we are losing that supply chain of skilled labor at the units.
Well, and I understand that the sentence does talk about the plant employees, but I think what intrigued me the most was the clarity regarding the plant retirement dates and an orderly transition with other decisions. I think it was the introductory clause there that really caught my attention. I mean, is that not what IRP planning comes down to some degree?
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I think that's I think what we were looking for here as part of the IRP from the commission, right, is approval, or assent at least into that we are providing the clarity we can with the plan we have, and it will be flexible, but permission, if you will, to move forward on that plan is kind of, I think, part of what we're talking about there with.
And I think I'm hearing from several of the witnesses, reliability of the system is going to be paramount in any transition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Mitchell, I have just a couple of really small things. Can you give me a good definition when you've used the term fuel security? Can you give me a good definition of that, please?
Absolutely, Commissioner Belser. I would define fuel security for the ability to fuel a non-intermittent generator, so combustion turbine, combined cycle, at a peak load to get through a weather event in particular. So, we provide fuel security to combined cycles with interstate firm transportation, or, for example, combustion turbines a lot have on-site diesel backup fuel to make sure that those generators can perform.
Okay. And you've mentioned the Southgate extension or expansion, I think it's called. Has the open season on that ended yet? Or has it even begun?
It was issued earlier this year. The way that open seasons generally work until there's a FERC filing where they move forward, I don't know if it's technically closed, but it has been conducted, and I think publicly they're considering their next steps, but they should be making FERC filings in the coming months.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're off the hook. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Belser. Commissioner Thomas, you're next. Vice Chair Williams, could I pass the gavel for a few minutes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think I just have a pretty short question, and I don't know which of you is the best to answer, but LNG storage has been mentioned, and the possibility of incorporating LNG storage on site, I believe, was mentioned, where some of the units are being converted from coal to natural gas. And I'm just wondering, was that an input or factored into the models?
I'll take that one. To Commissioner Belser's question about fuel security, when we look at different options for fuel security of the fleet, we see LNG as a particular fuel source that could provide that, especially as other witnesses and interveners have stated, the role of gas will change over time, correct? As it transitions from more of a baseload to intermediate to a peaking resource, LNG can be there when it needs it the most. The system needs it the most. So to answer your question, no, LNG is not modeled in this filing. However, we're currently conducting due diligence, and we plan to include details or modeling assumptions on LNG in future resource planning filings.
If I could add just one thing, Commissioner Thomas, you mentioned, so the plan, if we were to add LNG, which we think has value, it wouldn't necessarily be to replace on-site coal, right? It would be a system resource. It may sit at a facility or it may sit somewhere else, but it adds security to the entire gas solution.
Okay, so the plan is to include that next time, I think is what I heard.
Yes, of course, we're going to look at different options, comparing it to distillate, on-site, other fuels, and interstate firm transportation. But yes, we plan to have a more robust involvement and analysis of LNG in future filings.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, any more questions from commissioners? Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Belser. Commissioner Williams, then Commissioner Belser.
Oh, no, I'm through.
All right, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Vice Chair Williams. Mr. Donishad, or any of you, my question has to do with, my only question has to do with the aggressive stature of the company in meeting P3 fall base what can you do to ensure that the gas supply is there to meet that need? Okay.
That's probably me.
I picked one of you, and of course I'm wrong.
So it's detailed in my rebuttal testimony. So currently, if you just look at the 5 combined cycles, for example, we have 2 contracts, the Transco Southeast Supply Enhancement and then Southgate that was mentioned earlier. Those will help bring the gas required for the fuel security to enable those 3 to have that gas supply 365 for their peak day. CC4 and CC5, those are a little further out. So we're still evaluating, to your question, what can be done there to ensure that we have a few different options, LNG being one of them, interstate expansions, just like the 2 we have contracted being others.
How do you determine that you're comfortable enough at this point to count on it?
It's a great question. So when you look at, Mountain Valley Pipeline, which is in
Right.
service right now, that was a greenfield pipeline, which means it traversed areas where there was no energy infrastructure. It went through federal land, state land.
Right.
The projects detailed in my testimony, the Transco Expansion, Southgate, they don't traverse federal state land. They're in existing energy corridors, so they're arguably much more executable. So we're looking for executable projects that we have a higher degree of certainty that they will come into service.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to pass the gavel back to the chair.
Thank you very much. No further commissioner questions. Any redirect?
Very brief, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Verderame, do you believe the company's coal retirement dates are expedited?
No, I didn't. No, I believe they're optimized, not expedited.
Are they consistent with the depreciation studies from rate cases?
It is my understanding. I'm not a rates witness, but it's my understanding that they are normal retirements.
To your knowledge, are other South Carolina utilities retiring coal?
I can't say the exact retirement dates.
The plants we're talking about here, when were they built, Mr. Verderame?
So Mr. Donnershine probably can answer that better. They were built in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, from our fleet that's currently operating, 1957 is the oldest plant.
So are they nearing the end of their useful lives?
They are.
Mr. Verderame, based on the market forces that you're seeing that you testified to both in direct and in rebuttal, would duct tape even help?
So I'm not going to challenge Commissioner Caston's repair strategy, but no, I think.
Nor am I.
But I think that is one of the risks, and it's in my testimony, called out my testimony that and I think we mentioned it in the direct portion of the proceeding, that it's not only the market risk, right? It's the maintaining the viability of the stations in terms of plants that run, as I said earlier, Marshall 1 and 2, this one component, the boiler feed pump, they're the last 2 of the stations in the country that use this particular part. I'm sure the fleet is replete with issues like that, or components that need to be remanufactured and when they break or can't even be manufactured. So I think you introduce, it matters much duct tape as you can buy. You introduce a reliability concern when these units start to break down as they reach their end of useful life. And then you also, now you're putting in, if you I don't know how much witness Donnerson I can say a rotor replacement cost, but if you have a major component failure in a unit with 2 or 3 years left, is that in customers' best interest to have run that unit to failure?
Thank you, Mr. Verderame. But are these coal plant sites designated for additional resources? To your knowledge, Mr. Donnershine?
So we are looking at the generator replacement request and using that as much as possible. So we're using it at Roxborough, we're using it at Marshall, and we plan to continue trying to use that. Also at Allen, We're not putting gas back there, but we're putting storage back there. We're using GRR for that.
As the companies look to meet load growth, does putting new assets on those sites help with that?
It does.
Mr. Donshad, the 2 years you mentioned in response to questioning, would that be before the companies would even come to the commission with a Siting Act application?
Yes.
So is it possible that it could be even longer than 2 years?
Yes. Yes, it would.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask that the witness speak. Excused.
Thank you, Mr. Trewick. I would just like to say, as far as we begin recross, 1957 isn't that far back for all of us.
Understood. Understood.
Okay. Because the recross Sierra Club, any questions? CCL SACE. Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
No, sir, thank you.
Walmart Incorporated.
No questions.
ORS, any recross?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You want them excused, I imagine?
If that pleases the chair.
Certainly, you gentlemen are excused. We made it almost 6 o'clock. I'm very thankful to all of you for your courtesies and helping us get this case moving. We will recess until 9:30 in the morning. I hope everyone has a nice evening and get back here safely. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you.